Hi Vaishali, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I'm very excited for the conference.
Yeah, thank you so much. We welcome you to the conference. Hi Yara, how are you doing today? Hi Yuyu fan, how are you doing today? Make fan, are you there with us? How are you doing today? Malvin Montijo, are you there with us? Hello, how are you doing today?
So, good morning. I'm
Good
pretty much
morning.
fine.
Thank you so much.
So,
Okay, so the event is about to start. We would be beginning shortly. So today we have presentation and participants from around 12 countries in the world. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The link for the live session are shared in the chat box. So moving further, before we should move further with the conference, I would like to introduce Eurasia Research in a nutshell. Please allow me a moment. So, with over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs. At various reputed institutions and grand venues, Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even through COVID era and have presented various community in online platforms which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our key highlights are we provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing like Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Scribd, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OIA, PMH, Registered Provider, Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hand. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest, join our Facebook group, and be a part of discussions by research and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to request our participants to enjoy the benefits of our lifetime membership in just USD 60. We have over 10,000 plus members across the globe. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time moving forward with the conference. So, my name is Priya Gautam, and I would be your conference host for today. So, starting with our Terra President's speech, she is Lion M. Shelley, PhD, Higher Education Executive, Adjunct Professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA. Let's see what Lion M. Shelley has to say about us.
I am Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of Terra Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online. So there wasn't much of a pivot, but I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference. Pre-COVID and last year, I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
Thank you so much, Lina and Shelley, for these kind words. Moving ahead with the conference. So our first eminent speaker of the day is Donga Jeong, PhD student of Graduate School of Information, Yonsei University, Seoul, South Korea. Let's see what Donga Jeong has to say about us.
I presented on the topic of OTT algorithmic experience at the conference. The title of the study is Exploring Algorithmic Experiences in OTT with a mixed method approach. In a nutshell, the study investigates the various algorithmic experience user encounter in OTT services like Netflix, Disney Plus, etc. But my study focuses on only Netflix, aiming to conceptualize algorithmic experience, explore their components and level, and determine which combination of components and level can build a highly satisfactory algorithm service and user experiences. The challenge I faced during this research, it was applying the theoretical framework by peer researcher Butcher, a Facebook algorithm experience to the OTT context.
Okay.
Since the format and process of recommendation services in social media and OTT are very different, so distinguish this and applying them to the OTT context was a bit tricky. Well, not just in this research, but throughout my research journey as a researcher, I driven by a desire for self improvement and trying out new things. The deeper I delve into my field of study, the more I encounter new things. So each time I come across something new, it sparks fresh ideas, and I find joy in organizing this thought. And this process of academic progression brings a sense of achievement. I think it fueled my motivation to continue researching. Actually, we have 4 new full-time students in my laboratory. And so what I want to tell them and anyone just starting out as a researcher is not to lose their current passion and not to compare themselves with others and just focus on diving them into area that spark your interest where you can really concentrate and shine. So I think it's really crucial to find your niche and excel in it. Throughout the registration process for the conference and afterwards, me and Dr. Flor Charles kept in touch through email, and I really appreciated how quick and cooperative the responses were and making the whole process smooth and easy. And then also, I want to express my gratitude for the Tokyo conference organizing members for showing a lot of interest in the researcher work and for providing a space where we could engage in discussion together.
Thank you so much, Donga Jeong, for these kind words. So, moving ahead with the conference, our next eminent speaker of the day is Dr. Nazrana Mathir, School of Humanities and Social Science, the IIE's Varsity College, South UNISA, the University of South Africa. So, moving ahead, let's see what Dr. Nazrana Mathir has to say.
My research analyzed a training initiative that I designed and implemented for higher education students to support them with referencing. So, a spike in plagiarism cases during the COVID-19 lockdown was noticed. And because students could not physically come to the campus, and some of them had limited access to technology to attend online sessions, we needed to provide them, with material to support them with academic writing in particular. We needed to focus on referencing and paraphrasing. So, in this research, I wanted to see if the material that I developed had any impact on reducing the number of plagiarism cases at the institution where the study was conducted. Usually, challenges associated with research might include things like finding participants, not eliciting enough data, and so on. However, for this study, I needed to think creatively and out of the box in an unprecedented time and find a way to try and reach students who I would normally simply invite into a lecture room for a workshop. So, also challenging with this particular study was when the data revealed that the initiative did not have the impact that I was aiming for. However, this gave me the opportunity to explore deeper and then find reasons for this phenomenon. I've always played an active role in students' academic writing development. So, when it was found that there was an increase in students being penalized for plagiarism, a gap in our student support was foregrounded and action needed to be taken. So, a natural step after implementing the initiative was to measure its impact. I was also interested to see if this was common across, other institutions and what approaches they were possibly taking, and then to see if those approaches could work in our context. So, what I found was that there were other institutions who were experiencing the same increase, but not much about the support that they offered. So, the research blocks, it seems, just all fell into place. Your research is like choosing a life partner. If you don't find it interesting, you are going to be doomed. So, my advice is choose an area that excites you and that you want to learn more about to ensure that you see it to the end. And most important, don't be intimidated when you realize that the more you are reading and researching, the less you know about the topic. Because ultimately, that is the beauty of research. So this conference, EduCon Tokyo International Conference on Education, was wonderful and very well coordinated and organized. But what stood out for me compared with other conferences that I had the honor of presenting at was how stress-free and comfortable it felt. So what worked really well was the recordings of the presentations that are sent ahead of time, and then the chairperson plays them during your slot. Now, this alleviates the anxiety that presenters might feel, about technology letting us down when it's time for our presentations. And then I also found the team activity gave attendees the opportunity to become comfortable with each other. So when questions were asked and posed at the end of presentations, it was like you were speaking with someone you know. So, thank you to all involved for an informative, engaging conference and overall great experience. I would strongly recommend and encourage other researchers to participate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nazrana Mathir, for these kind words. So let's move ahead with the conference now. So the conference will be divided into three sessions. The very first session will be keynote talk. The session number two would be team activity and the photo session. And the last session will be technical talk. I would request everyone to rename their Zoom accounts with their full name in English language. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipt, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstract accepted for the conference. So moving ahead with the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author need to send their papers, consent form, and reviewer details on the given email ID. The review report will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised paper from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Moving further, we start with our very first session of the day, that is the keynote session. The first keynote speaker of the day is Dr. Melvin A. Montijo, Doctor in Public Administration, Master of Education, Master in Public Administration, Law Earners, Philippines. His topic for today's presentation is Resiliency and Adversity Quotient of the Secondary Student. So, Dr. Melvin A. Montijo is currently studying law. He has finished his Master of Education at the University of Mindanao, Master in Public Administration at the Cor Jesu College, and Doctor in Public Administration at the University of Mindanao. His current contribution is that he is an author of School Handbook and is also an advisor in Humanities and Social Science Department. His roles and responsibilities are that he is a teacher and advisor of the Municipal Police Group, part-time professor at Graduate School at Cor Jesu College, Grad School, and part-time professor at Palmast School College, Bachelors of Science in Public Administration Department. So moving ahead, let's see what Dr. Melvin Montijo's presentation is all about.
Good day, everyone. This is Dr. Melvin Montejo, and I would like to thank the the host of this conference that you invited me as your keynote speaker, and also my colleague in school that you are always giving me a motivation. This is my study about the resilience and adversity quotient of the secondary student. So why I'm doing this and why I'm studying this to share with you, because as what I observe, looking at the different stages of life, students encounter and face a various hardship, adversity, pains, and sorrow of even ethnicity, discrimination, poverty, and insurgency, including the Rido. These problems faced and viewed in secondary schools were seriously listed both private and public schools teachers with staff as their burden. As a result, students' behavior, such as students' indifference as well as absenteeism, including disrespect to their teachers, drug abuse, students' tardiness, dropout service, it the behavior of students as well as their attitudes were very observable as seen by the teachers. And indeed, no, the students as their what their everyday attitude is observable, no, of the secondary level. Further argued that the non-resilient children's experience an inability to cope and pessimism, per exclusion and conflict. It was found out that the achieving success means of overcoming these issues. On the other hand, peoples with low adversity quotient accept the reality that it is their own making and fault. They tend to see these challenges as beyond their control and they hit themselves for the problems. The counter adversity quotient is significant that increases and gives excellence. Therefore, a lot of studies were conducted on adversity quotient and found a positive relationship with academic outcomes by considering the grades. The science of human resilience is referred to as adversity quotient. Competence and adversity measures the ability of a persons to face these difficult issues. According to Stoltz 2012, explains that one can respond to adverse situations and can overcome it. The methods of the research and this survey made use of a non-experimental quantitative research design utilizing descriptive demographical techniques. It is non-experimental research because the independent variables of the study is not manipulated and there was no random assignment to certain groups according to John Jean 2008. The research locale, this what's the research determine the area. The location of the survey was Kiblawan District, Davao del Sur. Two were private secondary schools located at the Poblacion Kiblawan and four national high schools located in nearby areas of Kiblawan District. So the names of the school were purposely not mentioned to keep the private of the seed schools. Politically, it is located in the second congressional district in Davao del Sur. Kiblawan is the best locale of the study as this is the source of information and data specific to the kind of the respondent involved in the study. So the population size. So this is how we determine our respondent. So there were 540 respondents in the study who belongs to six high schools and the six Kiblawan district. So research instrument, the questionnaire was modified and patterned from the sources, which as coherent instrument and a tool for the survey in the state of strategy. Student freely describe the cause of specific outcome with the help of questionnaire, questionnaires prepared by the researcher. And the result, the interpretations of the findings employed and the study. The topics are discussed in a sequence as follows. The level of resilience of the secondary student and the level of adversity competence of the secondary student. And the significance of the relationship between resilience and adversity competence of the secondary student. So that's the standard deviation and the two descriptive tables, the table 1 and the table 2. So range from 0.588 to 0.702, which is less than 1.0. As the physical standard deviation for a 5 points Likert scale according to Whittington and Bayer 1994. This means that the rating and the accomplishment questionnaire were close to the means, indicating consistency of responses among the respondent. So the overall is the resilience of the secondary student. So the overall mean of the 4.02 for the level of resilience assessment described as a high, indicating that the level of resilience assessment was oftentimes manifested. The high level could be attributed to the high reading of the majority of the indicators as shown in the table 1. For the indicators of the resilience assessment, the high level was the result of the determination with a very high rating of 4.37. As shown in the pie graph, 2 are the responses of the respondent on their level of the student adversity with descriptive level of moderate. So this is what we call the student adversity. The computed overall means was 3.36, which means that the level of the student adversity was sometimes exhibited. So the overall means was 3.36 or described as moderate, the result of the mean scores of 3.46 or high for reach, 3.41 or high for control, and 3.39 or moderate for the endurance, and 3.18 for or moderate for the ownership. So as the finding and the significance of the study, with considerations of the finding of the study, conclusions are drawn in this section. The level of the student's resilience is high and the level of the adversity quotient of the student is moderate. So the respondent were favorable to measure the level of their being resilient and adversity competent and responded the chaotic situation especially and the remote places in Kiblawan. So based on the findings of the study, the researchers arrived at the following recommendation. So for school administrators to include in the annual school activities leadership training to improve the student participations and exposure to various situations that may provide avenues and developing the student resilience and adversity for the students learn to explore the root cause of the problems and take responsibility out of it. They also tend to analyze intelligently the scenarios and the issues at hand. And finally, they do something to overcome this adversity in life, whatever they are and whatever it is that may come their way in the future. For the parents, to constantly support the daily activities and endeavors of their children, particularly in decision making and being able to deal with the bigger problems and the future. And for the teacher, to be able keen and observing their student inside or outside the school campus and they have to aware of the problem it is shared by the student in the various aspects of their daily living and learning. And also for the guidance counselor may look into developing special seminars, talks, and activities workshop with the students, leaders who have problems with handling and coping with adversity in their respective schools. For the future, researchers are also included. It is recommended to increase the number of respondents and give focus on some other vicinity of other or different characteristics compared to this research. In, the, in addition, they can consider more profile like age, grade level, gender, and other variables can be added in coping mechanism to develop resiliency and adversity competence of the students, especially in the grade 10 level. So thank you very much for the listening. This is Dr. Melvin E. Monti. Thank you.
Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malvin Imintejo, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding his presentation, they can ask him directly or can put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead, our next keynote presenter of the day is Dr. Mohammad Norazmi bin Nordin, lecturer, Center of Study of Education and Community Wellbeing, Faculty of Education, the National University of Malaysia, Bangui, Selangor, Malaysia. His topic for today's presentation is Special Education, Unique Leadership Style, the Concept and the Policy. So Dr. Mohammad Norazmi bin Nordin holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Special Education Leadership, former academic teacher at Batu Fahad Special Education School, Johor, Malaysia. Successfully completed PhD studies within 2 years, currently working as a special education lecturer at the Center of Study of Education and Community Wellbeing. Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, the National University of Malaysia. He is also the founder of SKAF Style Quick Thesis Writing Techniques, which has greatly helped undergraduate and doctoral students in completing their thesis. Receive invitations from various universities in and outside Malaysia as speaker and keynote speaker for international conferences and seminars. He is also editor in chief of a special education journal and as an editorial board in 5 international journals. Thank you so much, Dr. Norazmi, for being there with us. So let's move ahead and see what Dr. Mohammad Norazmi's presentation is all about.
Hello. Um, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning here in Malaysia now. First of all, I want to say a warm welcome to all of you uh, who attends the Bullpool London 2024 International Conference on Business, Economics and Policy, February 20 to 21st, 2024. And I hope you are doing well, and I hope you are comfortable with your situation now. And I hope also you enjoy your conference, happy conference, and also happy sharing knowledge with others. And I also hope that uh, we gain more knowledge, we gain some new experience, and also we have new friends here in London. And I hope so. One day I will be in London for sure. And of course, I hope I hope I hope that we can meet um, face to face in the future. And London is the one of the best place in the world beside my country, Malaysia. So I hope that one day we will meet together and we will share it face to face. And I want to talk more about special education. I will share more about special educations, which the practices in Malaysia, which is my university, my faculty is one of the best special educations provided services provided education provided in Malaysia. And also we offer the best degree certificates to those who wants to study in special educations. So we are the one of the three in public university that offer degree in special educations. Then I also want to say thank you to the organizers, to the Eurasia Research Networks, especially for Dr. Flora Charles for again inviting me as a keynote speaker for their conference. And I'm very enjoy because Eurasia and Dr. Flora Charles uh, herself organizing is a very um, very current issue about education field. It's a very current. For example, now we have a business, economy, and policy, which is the current issue that we can discuss more about that fields in this conference. So, for my sessions, I will share with you what I have done or what I have what I've studied about the policy, because we are saying we are discussing about business, economy, and policy. So I will share to you about the policy, the concept and the policy that I've done that research, and I'm come up with the one of the unique policy that we can practice it to special education or in education itself. So I will talk about special education unique leadership style, the concept and the policy. This leadership style is the outcome from my one of my research that I conduct to the leaders of special education school, which is the school that have disability students. So the leader of these schools, they have to uh, they have to come out with the unique leadership style, so that they can provide the best services. They can lead their special educations program, special education schools, or whatever the program or the schools that offered for the special education needs students. So this is what the style, that unique style, they have to they have to master it. They have to um, practice it in their leaderships if they have special education needs or special education students in their organizations. So again, this is me, Muhammad Norazmi bin Nordin, Dr. Muhammad Norazmi bin Nordin. I am the special education lecturer in the Center of Research for Education and Community Welfare, Faculty of Education here in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So as usual, I will introduce my university as well for those who not familiar with my university, or those who never been here in Malaysia. So this is my university, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, or in English, the National University of Malaysia. So we are the universities in here in Malaysia that represent the country, that represent the terms of national to this country. So this is the one and only the National University of Malaysia. We have altogether 20 universities around Malaysia, 20 public universities in Malaysia, around the Malaysia, but we only uh, the National University that represent Malaysia, and we also encourage uh, our students, our lecturer, our staff to use Bahasa Melayu, Malay language in our studies and also in our daily conversation, informal conversation here in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So this is the one of landmark for my university, which is Tun Abdul Razak Chancellor Hall. This is the place that we have our graduation ceremony and also the big event of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So this is my faculty, Faculty Pendidikan or Faculty of Education, which look like a school, but here we produce future teachers. We produce very quality future teachers in various field of educations, and one of them is special educations, which is the biggest program here in Faculty of Education, University of Malaysia. So this is my autobiography. So this is the one of the book that I produced, which is uh, the bestseller, and also give the best impact of thesis writing. And I come up with a technique that we can use to structure our thesis, PhD or master's thesis, so that we can complete the thesis well, and also the thesis will complete a little bit more faster. Okay, so back to our topic today, what we want to discuss about. leaderships in school plays a very important role in meeting the needs of success of such schools. At least in all of our organizations, this is the policy that leaderships play the role that will manage the school or the organization's um, um, the whole organization. So if the leadership got the problem, organization will have problems. Okay. So the same goes to when we manage a school or we lead the school. If our leaderships is get the problem, so the school management, the school administration also will have problems to give the best service for educations. The selection of the appropriate style should be given attention because it acts as the main medium in shaping any change will happen in schools or organizations. There are many opinions regarding appropriate leaderships to run in schools, but not all of them are rigid or real necessity to the special educations because we are dealing with special needs students. We are dealing with disability students. So we have to comply or we have to practice some unique leadership style to we can suit we can suit very we can suit nicely with special educations. Okay, so leadership in school must focus on various matters related to the school, whether directly or indirectly. A good leader in the school can drive significantly what happened in school, the successful of the school, um, um, and the leadership also play the important rules that how we want we want the school to be. Okay, and also same goes to special education leadership. It's very important to shaping the the to shapes what the special education goes to benevolent teachers as well as superior schools. So this is the some students that we're dealing with in special educations. Some of them are Down syndrome, some of them are autism, some of them have physically disabilities, some of them are deaf, some of them blind. So all of these students will give the leader uh, challenge, some unique challenge to them to manage that students, to manage the teachers, and also to manage the school. So the leader have to practice some unique leadership to suit with all of these unique situations. Okay, so some of scholars said that, example, Muhammad and Yaqub 2013 says that leadership style and role of head teachers in special educations is to maximize the teacher's commitment to the task, which to in turn ensure their job satisfaction. So the leader of the special education must make sure that the leadership style that he or she practice can maximize the teacher's commitment to the task and ensure their job satisfaction. And also, Habib and Ramli 2012 also says that special education school principals has a significant relationship to the teacher's job satisfaction and also the commitment to performing tasks and also to the achievement of special needs students. So they also state that uh, the leader in special education have must have the knowledge, skills, strategies, and attitudes which is unique to the special needs students. So they also state that these five elements of leadership the leader of special education needs have to follow. One, they must have the knowledge about services, special education services, the law about special educations or to disabilities, the financial management, understood the local policies, what happened in the school, what happened in district, and also what happened in states. And also they have to have the knowledge and gain themselves to continue the competencies and their educations. So theories related to special education leadership that we can comply with is the first one is Kurt Lewin, the classic, the classic leadership that we have democratic leadership, autocratic leadership, and so laissez-faire. So we can use that that's component, the element that Kurt Lewin offered, so we can join it in special education leaderships. Also, Husser-Blanchard situational leaderships. Also, we can conclude it and we can blend it, so we can produce the special education leaderships, the new policy, the new unique leaderships. Okay, so the research methodology that I've used to get the policy, to make the policy of special education unique leaderships, I'm use sequential exploratory design. I'm start with qualitative interview all the states coordinators to special educations, and the documents that related to the leadership special educations, and then with that elements that I get in qualitative studies, I I'm use the elements and I make the questionnaires and I distribute it to all the teachers, all the leaders, to get their response. So with the response that I get, I'm using SAM analysis to interpret that data. So the findings that I get from uh, the studies, the priority of leader in practicing the unique leadership style of special educations, they have three priority. They have to think about, they have to prioritize about. The first is the school climate, how their leadership, unique leadership style can change the school climate, can make the school in is um, the best place to study, and also they have to make sure that the teacher's job satisfaction is achieved, and also special needs student achievement in academic also they have to give their priority. An aspect of concern in delivering their leadership style is the one is love, because we are dealing with special needs students, and also the second one is concern, because also we're dealing with special needs student and also the teachers who teach the special needs students. And then the practice we're using special education unique leaderships. Okay, so in this policy, in this special education unique leaderships style, we have to put it love and concern to uh, to sustain the school climate, the best school climate, and to achieve that teachers' job satisfaction, and also to gain special needs student achievement. So this is the finding that I've got, which is the policy, the best policy in to lead the special education. We have to practice the special education unique leadership style, which is we have aspect of concern is love and concern, and the priority is school climate, teachers' job satisfaction, and special needs student achievement. So as a discussion, this element of leadership style is agreed upon one of the essential elements in headmasters leaderships. Fauziana and all 2021 also state that leadership style is an aspect of leadership that is the practice of headmasters, head teachers in carrying out leadership in schools. Kamar Zaman also agrees with that, uh, and also the finding of the study also confirmed that finding by Norazmi 2020 that leadership style element becomes the key aspect of headmasters leadership influencing the school management. As the conclusions, the more important thing is stating the question of special education leadership style is the focus on the main thing for the image of MBK or special needs students. Whatever we want to lead, whatever leadership we want to practice, we have to make sure that the main thing is to that three priority: school climate, teachers' job satisfaction, and also special needs students' achievement. Without excluding academics, this unique leadership style of special education makes the holistic special needs student a measure of success. So we are encouraging the success of the students, we are encouraging the success of the school, and we also encouraging the success of the teachers. Thus, this unique leadership style of special education emphasize the question being in consideration in practicing leadership in special educations, and the uniqueness in this leadership is hoped to be able to provide harmony in school, okay, to the school, the teachers, and also to the students. Okay, so I think that's all that I can share with you, the policy of special education unique leadership style. And I hope that um, this policy we can practice in school or organization, which in that organization have these abilities, whether it's students or whether it's persons, whether it's staff. If we have these abilities in that organization, I encourage you to use this special education unique leadership style to your uh, leaderships. Okay, so which is concerned about which is we concern about love and also concern, and we prioritize the school climate or organization climate, teachers job satisfaction, and also the special needs achievement. So that's all. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me via email at norazmi@ukm.edu.my, or you can proceed your questions to the secretariat. Then the secretariat can forward the question to me, and uh, I will answer all your questions later. Okay, I hope that this sharing session can give you new knowledge and new experience about special education's leadership policy, leadership style, that we then can share it with our clique or our stakeholders in our country. Okay, so that's all. Thank you again for giving your attention to my keynote sessions, and also thank you because you will be the one a part of the whole London 2024 International Conference on Business, Economic and Policy. So I hope you enjoy until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed Norazmi bin Norden, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Mohammed Norazmi is not there present in the conference with us. So, let's move ahead. So, this brings us all to the end of our session one keynote talk. And let's move ahead with the next session of the day, that is team activity and the photo section. So let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and the solution on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So, our today's topic of discussion is how to stay calm under pressure.
Your favorite athlete closes in for a victorious win. The crowd holds its breath, and at the crucial moment, she misses the shot. That competitor just experienced the phenomenon known as choking, where despite months, even years of practice, a person fails right when it matters most. Choking is common in sports, where performance often occurs under intense pressure and depends on key moments. And yet, performance anxiety also haunts public speakers, contestants in spelling bees, and even world-famous musicians. Most people intuitively blame it on their nerves. But why does being nervous undermine expert performance? There are two sets of theories, which both say that primarily choking under pressure boils down to focus. First, there are the distraction theories. These suggest that performance suffers when the mind is preoccupied with worries, doubts, or fears, instead of focusing its attention on performing the task at hand. When relevant and irrelevant thoughts compete for the same attention, something has to give. The brain can only process so much information at once. Tasks that challenge working memory, the mental scratchpad we use to temporarily store phone numbers and grocery lists, are especially vulnerable to pressure. In a 2004 study, a group of university students were asked to perform math problems, some easy, others more complex and memory intensive. Half the students completed both problem types with nothing at stake, while the others completed them when calm and under pressure. While everyone did well on the easy problems, those who were stressed performed worse on the more difficult memory-intensive tasks. Explicit monitoring theories make up the second group of explanations for choking under pressure. They're concerned with how pressure can cause people to overanalyze the task at hand. Here, the logic goes that once a skill becomes automatic, thinking about its precise mechanics interferes with your ability to do it. Tasks we do unconsciously seem to be most vulnerable to this kind of choking. A study on competitive golfers compared their performance when instructed to simply focus on putting as accurately as possible versus when they were primed to be acutely aware of the mechanics of their putting stroke. Golfers usually perform this action subconsciously, so those who suddenly tuned in to the precise details of their own moves also became worse at making accurate shots. Choking may not be inevitable for everyone, though. Research suggests that some are more susceptible than others, especially those who are self-conscious, anxious, and afraid of being judged negatively by others. So, how can we avoid choking when it really counts? First, it helps to practice under stressful conditions. In a study on expert dart players, researchers found that those who hadn't practiced under stress performed worse when anxious, compared to those who had become accustomed to pressure. Secondly, many performers extol the virtues of a pre-performance routine, whether it's taking a few deep breaths, repeating a cue word, or doing a rhythmic sequence of movements. Studies on golfing, bowling, and water polo find that short rituals can lead to more consistent and accurate performance under pressure. And thirdly, researchers have shown that having an external focus on the ultimate goal works better than an internal focus, where someone is tuned into the mechanics of what they're doing. A study of experienced golfers revealed that those who hit chip shots while focused on the flight of the ball performed significantly better than those who focused on the motion of their arms. So perhaps we can modify that age-old saying, practice under pressure, with focus, and with that glorious end goal in sight, makes perfect. For a nail-biting example of persevering under pressure, we highly recommend The Boys in the Boat. It tells the gripping true story of 9 American rowers and their quest for gold at the 1936 Olympics in Nazi Germany. You can download an audio version of this book for free at audible.com/TEDEd. Every free trial started through this link helps support TEDEd's nonprofit mission.
Okay, so I would request everyone present in the conference to kindly switch on their webcam so that we can start with our group discussion and the photo section activity. Okay. So, Dr. Malvin, any thoughts on the topic of discussion?
Yes, good day. So, once again, it's very much grateful to have this the kind of experience that I have the floor to expose myself as a professional in terms of like especially in the humanities and social science. As we now started about how can we give more views about those examples that if we are in the midst of pressure, I have two things to give. The first is the experience and the preparation. When it comes to the experience, meaning to say that we have a lot of knowledge and learning that we can use when we have challenges and shortcomings in life and other catastrophe that we may encounter striking and unpredictably. So the experience would always be the reference to those challenges, the solving problem immediately, bouncing back to respond to things. Unlike if we don't have an experience, sometimes we respond to it with negativity, or we have experience, but we have a lot of experiences with drastic negativity, and we complain from it. That never to respond good thing incoming instead of opportunity. So we should learn from the experience and let them go to embrace another challenge. So these things are the way of how to move on to another perspective development, even when we are under pressure to fulfill unpredictable circumstances and even dreams. So that is why we always think that those experiences are good, but not as references. If we encounter such challenges, things, whatever learned from it, it could be good teachers to find ways on how to solve the problem, including amid pressure. So if we don't have an experience, we can refer to the second one, the preparation. So we prepare ourselves to do things that we know. We plan it. So chances to win victory are the things that we desire. So chances are the highest percentage to achieve those things of what we are longing for. So preparation provides scientific outcome when we have good planning, good perspective, that those possible problems have their solution to give. Even a hypothesis can give answer through intensive preparations and research. As we keep practicing ourselves to equip and develop, we believe that we can defeat things by supporting those good points of theory and observation provided by scientific research that to predict the solution. So these are all the things that we can calm even when we are under pressure. This there are a lot of things to stay calm, but these are two good points I would say. It as teachers in humanities and social science for almost more than a decade. So I observe our society. We have the different issues, different challenges. As we are the teachers in a more of experience, know that we have this problem, as we are the teacher researchers who has a panacea of those problems. So we can give the recommendation and solution to those who are having this a kind of pressure. So to stay calm as an individual, if we have in the midst of the pressure, we can prepare because it's nowhere to run. I always say to my students, we don't have enough proper laboratory. Unlike those scientists that they have this laboratory, making apparatus. But in our social sciences, we don't have proper laboratory because the real laboratory that we had is the society. because everyday lives, daily living, meeting those different people, and this is our real laboratory. It can provide the pressure. So how do we calm them? How do we calm? It's our preparation as we have our wide understanding. That's all for my view on that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Melvin. It was really great thoughts of yours. So coming on to Vishali, any point of view from your end?
Hi everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Hi, I'm Vishal Chaudhary and I'm from India. I do have certain things to share about the topic, but I'll start by an insight. I hope everyone has seen Frozen, the movie. So Frozen 2, I happened to watch the documentary on making of that movie. And in that, Kristen Bell, the actor voicing Anna, very beautifully explained that the best thing you can do in a moment of high pressure is focusing on the next best thing to do. If you're scared about an important presentation at work or a competitive exam crucial for your career, try shifting your focus from the big exam and just prioritize getting up from the bed. The next best thing would be grab a breakfast and a coffee, get ready for work, and then take another small step. You need to remind yourself that you have prepared for the upcoming stressor, and the past you who prepared the night before the exam will take care of the present you giving that exam. And another thing that would help would be communicating. Sometimes we are under pressure, tend to not communicate, thinking that it might be embarrassing to accept that, yeah, we are nervous about the exam. And we need to prioritize and organize. For me personally, when I'm under pressure, I tend to make checklist. And once I know I have checked all the marks on that list, I'm way happier than I was when I started. And I would also like to say that we do need to practice on staying calm under pressure because that would help us making better decisions, enhancing our performance and maintaining overall well-being, of course. And we also need to understand the source of pressure. Sometimes the exam that we think the pressure is being caused by the exam, it might not be that. So understanding the source of pressure is very important before we can start implementing the solutions that I talked about. So yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that I totally agree with the points you shared with us. So moving ahead, Gintare, your point of view on the topic of discussion.
Yes, hello. Well,
Hi.
I didn't know how deep I should address this question. Um, I believe it really depends on kind of stress. If it is an ordinary stress, like for example, uh, today's stress before presentation or something. I heard from scholars from my university about breathing technique. I believe it was mentioned something like that in the video you showed. Just to slowly inhale, stop for a second and inhale just a little bit more and exhale very slowly. So the key is to inhale in 2 steps. And in another seminar, I was advised to think about what worst could happen in the situation, in the stressful situation you are afraid of. I know a lot of tips actually advise you to avoid that so-called rabbit hole, right? You should focus on good things, positive things, not to think about stressful situations, but um, from the advices I got, and actually that helps me more than just don't think about the situation. Actually, think about the situation and think about the worst scenarios you could imagine and ask, what if this happened? For example, if I'm afraid to present my speech, but what could happen worse? Will I pronounce words incorrect, or I forgot something, or maybe someone asks me a question that I will not understand. So what's next? What if I will not understand the question? So a person would probably ask me the same question one more time, and then I will not understand it again. And then he will not ask me again. And this will be overall the conversation. And that's the worst that could happen. So if it really that bad, probably not. So probably it will show that stress is some situations are not even worth for stressing out. So probably that's all tips of mine that actually helped me, especially about that thinking about the scenario that could happen.
Yeah, I totally agree with the point you shared just now. So, yeah, moving ahead, Caroline Flischer, any point of view on the topic?
I thought it was a very fascinating talk, and I learned quite a bit actually about working under pressure. And it's interesting that a lot of organisations in the UK, particularly, are putting more pressure on people in terms of mental health roles, and how that actually will reduce performance. So it doesn't really work. So a lot of the strategies of the NHS, where they cut jobs and put two jobs on one person, won't actually work long term because of the pressures on people. And so I found that fascinating to kind of translate that into reality and how we work in terms of our teams, how we perform, and also it also feeds into kind of micromanagement. How if you're micromanaged, you also perform worse because you're under so much pressure, because everything you do is scrutinized, just like the golfer's swing. And I just found that really fascinating, kind of how it translates into reality. What I think in terms of young people, which is my main job, my main focus in my career, is that we should be teaching in schools much more children how to manage their anxiety and worry around exams. There's so much pressure on young people around exams, and less emphasis on what to do, more emphasis on achieving and things like that. So that there should be definitely a huge role to play in terms of supporting young people in the UK to do that, particularly the people we see in mental health. So CAMS, the people who are likely to, I'm not talking about the people who are getting straight A's, but the people who are likely to have mental breakdowns when they go into an exam condition because they just can't cope. People who might be slightly on the spectrum, have underlying mental health problems, pre-existing trauma, unmet need, all of those types of things. That also fascinates me from that point of view, what is being done. And often these young people have failed in terms of the support they receive to achieve any sort of grades or get anything. So I do think that anxiety has a massive part to play right from a very young age, right the way through life. And the skills that we could be taught as a young person can be used later on for giving a lecture, if you're out and about in difficult situations, anything like that. They can be used, they can be drawn on, and how we go about doing that and giving these people a set of life skills, really, essentially, so they don't feel scared if they're giving a presentation. But also, having said that, there is what you can call I would say when you give a lot of a medication and that person then becomes tolerant to it. So a lot of exposure to something can also just lead you to just be able to just do it without thinking too much about it. So if you're really overexposed to giving a lot of presentations and you're always talking in front of people, you aren't going to be as nervous as if you do it kind of once a year. So there's that kind of element to it as well. So but we're only human and we can only do as much as we can do, really. So I just found it fascinating about how it translates both into the work environment and into schools, and how a set of life skills is really, really necessary for everything we do. And a lot of stuff is on Zoom anyway. So if you get overcoming your fear of talking on Zoom calls is quite a key one for people, young people who might be on the spectrum or suffering from mental health issues and anxiety as well. So that's something that, just it all popped in my head all at once, I think.
Oh, that was really nice. You explained it so well to us. So, yeah, moving ahead, Yara, your point of view on the topic of discussion. I guess, Yari, you are on mute. You can unmute.
Yes, hello everyone. I prepared some points from real life experience to cope with the stress at time of deadlines. First, we need to write our thoughts about that issue, and then we could have like a checklist. First, we could recognize that we have an issue. We are getting stressed at that time of pressure or a deadline. We could accept that, and you cannot handle it or you cannot control it. You need to state your capabilities in front of yourself and your boss that this is how you could do it so you could manage and reduce the stress that you have over a deadline or any kind of pressure at work or at time of study. Then you figure out what is the best way that you could handle such a thing by having relaxation techniques. Like if on a weekly basis, you could have like meditation or yoga sessions, jogging for a long distance. It helps you to think out loud and visualize and imagine how you could cope with such a stressful time you have. So it helps you to figure out what best way you could handle that by, for instance, having a milestones and short cycles to finish a certain type of task. And also it helps you to sleep and stay hydrated. All this, it's really accumulated like a kind of routine that helps you to cope with stress. Another or third step is having a better perspective by imagining that pressure time, it's not that end of life, but it's a kind of challenge. So it will help you to overcome that stress by saying, okay, I could learn from that. I could do it in a better way. Also focusing on the task on hand, as I said, short cycles, focus on what you have on the table, which is making my life's milestones keep you being more productive, calm, and also always reward yourself. So the last step would be that you have to plan, always planning. So prepare a plan ahead, breaking down the long tasks we said, set realistic goals, not high expectations that make you to feel not passionate or stressed more. Seek support from your professors, your boss, your leader. Say that this is my capabilities, as we said earlier, and how you could help with that time frame that we have, which is so condensed. And finally, reward yourself on your short milestones. Thank you.
Yeah, those were really valuable points you put into. So moving ahead, make fun he. Any point of view from your end? Okay. Hafir, are you there with us? I would request everyone to just switch on their webcam so that we can have a hassle-free this activity, team building activity. You fan, are you there with us? Yang Shao? Okay, I guess there might be some difficulties in the connectivity. So moving ahead, uh, let's have one photo session. Okay, so moving ahead with the conference now. So this brings us all to the end of our session 2. That was our team building activity. And moving further with our next session of the day, that is the technical talk. So our very first presenter of the day is Hafiz Redauni, Physics and Chemistry of Material Laboratory, Hassan II University of Casablanca, Morocco. His topic for today's presentation is Impact of Ecological Exploration Processes on the Development of Scientific Investigation Approach and Personal Action Projects among High School Students, a tool for reflection on classroom practices case of an ecological school trip in a nature. So you all can read the abstract from the screen given below. So moving ahead, let's see what Hafiz's presentation is all about. Just allow me a moment. There might be some technical glitch. Okay, so Hafid, you can move ahead with your presentation. You're not audible, I guess. We can't hear you. There might be some issue with your mic. You can disconnect and then connect again, I guess. Your mic is not connected.
I am very happy.
Yeah.
I am very happy to participate with you in this conference, Eurasia. I am Hafid One, laboratory physical chemistry and material faculty science. My participation impacts of ecological exploration processes in the development scientific approach in personal action projects among high school students with tools for reflection and classroom practice of ecological schools like in natural environments. You know, the teaching of science of earth and life in Morocco in general offered learners and environments that allow them to explore and explain natural phenomena, to understand different spatio-temporal scales, to understanding the world around them so that they can decide and act responsibility. It's interesting to note that the scientific ecological outing is it's an integral part of ESVT teaching program at both college and caliphate in secondary schools level. And that teachers are paid to organize this outing in agreement with the programs as regulated by the circulars of Minister of Education National. However, the SES allows the laws of the real observation and vision experiential participation in the field. It is the opportunity to place the learner in front of his confrontation with the real of didactic fragment work and from lies evolution criteria for the implementation and management of scientific investigation process, so that he can make connection with what the learner acquires as abstracts closed in class in order to be able to decide and act responsibility and critically and the skies of everyday situation as an eco-citizen. What is the investigation process? ecological schools outing or SEAs occupy a privileged place in the teaching of life and earth science, ISVT. It aims to develop scientific investigation approach and experiential learning in the field. This approach will be mobilized in these multifactorial aspects: attitude, behaviors, posture, and scientific ways, and thinking, and cognitive procedure, exploration, reflection, abstraction, verification, and regulation. The ultimate goal of the investigative study of a natural ecosystem in Morocco, forest muscula, will be the development of a personal ecological action project update in the consensus, reasoned and responsible manner, apprentice formulate hypotheses for verification and regulation of personal scientific projects. The teacher plays the role of educational mediator, reducing the processes of self-regulation of action decrease. This SS also aims educating the eco-citizen of tomorrow about the issue of eco-citizen and sustainable development. What are the advantages of the investigation approach? Being aware of the importance of SS by teacher and the development investigative approach among ISVT learners. Faced with this new educational concern, how can educational stakeholders script and evaluate the investigation process to create favorable learning conditions? This central question encourages actors, trainers, and researchers to highlight conceptual and methodological avenue for reflection, that is to say, study the effects of investigation and learning, reflection, and the link between theoretical knowledge and praxological knowledge, cognitive and behavioral. This work aims to meet the following objective: identify the different purposes specific to this, establish the condition required for the completion of this in the SVT, highlights the difficulty and obstacles in investigation, suggest solution to overcome obstacles, to establish an iterative this cycle. The theoretical context of research in this regard, Cartier-Band and Condon defines the ecological schools outing as being a group of students accompanied by one more adult, occasionally leaves the premise of the establishment to hour, half a day or day during school time. It defines the ecological outing as a set of activity as part of investigation approach guided by objective related to SVT program under education, supervision, and educational action. At the end of the theoretical insights, we can return that the school's investigation approach aims to develop scientific skills and the large teaching of SVT, the attributes used to define this process activity, investigation approach, SVT program, learning action, and phenomena ecological aspect of ecosystem, and learner. What is caused developed by this? The skills type by SES, skills targets by SES, cultural skills, methodological and scientific skills, technical and technological skills, related to field study, appropriation of eco-citizen, value and education of choice. What are stage of the investigation process? Stage 1, primary investigation. Stage 2, of investigation and exploration in the file, stage 3 of exploitation of the result self-assessment. The result, what is the step 1? The step 1 explore the histogram of exploration or signification number of students mastered at this stage. Iconizate the properties of the likes plant, research the role, the like in the distribution of plants present in the station explore, the study station determine the abundance dominance of space, which allow you to say that this stage of investigation is easy carried out. 2, formulation hypothesis. It's a difficulty this results show use that students find enormous difficulty in formulation or hypothesis. In this slows down the competition of cycle of investigation, even is meant by the use of this approach in education debates, but the cycle of this approach is not completed. One of the essential steps is almost absent for majority of learners. Achievements, the majority of students experience this step with any problems, measure and physiological constant of the water pH, temperature, salinity, transparency, carry out consensus plans group around the take geolocal of musculation using telephone GPS, etc. Geolocalization, verification and regulation to verify and justify these hypotheses by processing in class experiments, practical work. This result affect that students have a conceptual level regarding this stage of investigation to solve certain scientific problem. Communication, present significant difficulty in scientific oral communication in different type of communication situation, individual communication situation, two-person communication situation, group communication situation. Mastery of scientific oral communication in this is often estimated throughout fluidity in primary exchange, ability to speak, enrichment of scientific vocabulary. Conceptualization and abstraction. Students demonstrate significant difficulty in terms of theoretical and procedural conceptualization carried out this ecosystem. During this abstraction stage, the practice revealed conceptual and methodological inadequacy to confirm or refute the initial hypothesis. It's in passing that intuitive conception of students seem to be major obstacle and deceiving and use ecological concepts in the use of your approach of experimental learning scientific investigation and adaptation attitude of critical and citizenship behavior of students presenting certain difficulty to analyze and interpret allow you to variable register of involvement of issue in relation in stability food of ethics part of commonly shared policy. What model is the deep learning cycle of our learning to vary from one situation to another?
The gate's not
from which risk constriction you listen me?
Yes, you are audible now.
You listen me?
Yes, Hafiz, you are audible.
And in this research, we study the implementation of scientific investigation approach recommended by the new SVT teaching program in 2003. 7. We therefore chat initially to answer the question, what are the difficulty and obstacle learning to investigation in SOS, and what are the solutions to overcome the obstacle to establish an alternative this cycle. The aim is to determine the level of effectiveness of the scientific approach that the program designer have chosen to highlight in national education guidelines. We were able to observe throughout our analysis of the investigation processes from the methodological point of view that the types of content and suggestions throughout observation throughout the different stages are not accomplished, which blocks completion of the implement cycle in terms of SVT. The picture of SOS in Forest Muscura. In this video, of conclusion.
You're not audible, Hafiz. Hafiz, are you there?
Wait, listen me?
Yeah, now you can. Yeah, so that is all from your end?
Yes.
Okay, so you can stop the screen sharing so that we can continue from our end.
Dwayne, thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Hafiz, for this
Merci
wonderful
beaucoup.
presentation of yours. So
Yes, merci.
if anybody has any questions in Hafiz's presentation, they can ask him directly or can put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving forward with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Ting An Hussein, Graduate Institute of Human Resource Management, National Chengao University of Education, Chengao, Taiwan. This topic for today's presentation is investigating the influence of authoritarian leadership and supervisor satisfaction on turnover intention, the moderating role of employee upbringing. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving ahead, let's see what Ting's presentation has to say.
positive correlations between authoritarian leaderships in the Asia and the employees' turnover intentions. We use the fit theory to examine the compatibility between employee race under the authoritarian parenting and the authoritarian leaderships. The objective is to assess how the authoritarian leaderships affect the employee turnover intentions through supervisor certifications. We collected 232 valid questionnaires and refining the employees' authoritarian family upbringing moderates the relationships between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certifications. The introductions, authoritarian leaderships and the employee turnover intentions. The context difference in leadership style between the East and West, focusing on the authoritarian leaderships in Asia. Authoritarian leaderships combines authority, benevolence, and moral integrities. Research aims is to exploit the effects of the authoritarian leaderships on turnover intentions with the supervisor certification as a mediator and the employee family upbringing as a moderator. Methodologies is to examine how the family upbringing influence the attentions to the leadership styles and the impact supervisor certifications. We expect the outcome is family upbringing may shape the expectations of the leadership styles, affecting the supervisor certifications and the turnover intentions. The first literature reviews and the research hypothesis is the authoritarian leaderships. We focus on the Salient readings and identifies unique leadership styles in Chinese business, enforcing strong hierarchies and the control. Key traits is the centralized powers, strict controls, and the high authorities contesting with the Western leaderships. Cultural impacts influence the hierarchical dynamic in Chinese society distinct from the Western model. And the second one is authoritarian parenting style. Overview. The study by the Sophie Wang Huang showed that the parenting style vary based on the children's behaviors and needs. Parenting categories include the Maccabees and the Martins classifies parenting in 4 styles: authoritative, authoritarian, indulgent, and the neglecting based on the responsiveness and the demandingness. Focus on the authoritarian parenting, characterized by the strict controls and high demands. This style use authority to guide the shape children's behaviors, often neglecting emotions aspect. Study aims to explore how authoritarian parenting impacts the employee expectations of the authoritarian leaderships and its effects in the different content. And the third one is the supervisor certifications. Definitions is the part of the certifications is focusing on the employees' contentment with their supervisors. Influence the leadership styles, particularly authoritarians, can impact the certifications level varying by the cultural context. Focus studies examining how the authoritarian leadership affects supervisor certifications, particularly in the Chinese workplace. The next one is the turnover intentions. Concept is the resignations. Intentions is the voluntary decisions to leave the job due to dissatisfactions. Type is include the voluntary resignations due to the organization factors of the person's reasons. Focus studies explores voluntary resignations, especially due to the organization's dissatisfactions and the attentions of the leadership staff. Decisions process. Mobley's model suggests dissatisfactions leads to the truth of the resignations and the potential withdrawal behavior. 2.5. The relationships between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certifications. Characteristics involves the authoritative style, top-down communications, and the controls. Impact triggers negative emotions, subordinate, leading to the lower job certifications and the subordinate dissatisfactions. Research finding that demonstrates negative associations between authoritarian leaderships and the employees' certifications with the supervisors. So, the first hypothesis is authoritarian leadership is negatively correlated with the employee certifications with their supervisor. The 2.6, the relationships between supervisor certifications and the turnover intentions. Concept. The supervisor certification is a key to subordinate reactions and the reflex of the qualities of the leaderships. Authoritarian leaderships often reduce the supervisor certification due to its authoritative and controlling natures. Impacts negative emotion from the authoritarian leadership can lead to the lower supervisor certifications and the higher turnover intentions. So the second one's hypothesis is employee certifications with their supervisors is negatively associated with their turnover intentions. 2.6. Authoritarian parenting style moderators relationships between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certifications. The content is family dynamics influence organizations hierarchy, presenting style affects the perceptions of the leaderships. Theory is the person's job fit and the similarity in leadership styles between supervisor and the subordinated impacts of job certification. Impacts elements of the leadership's expectations with the personal upbringing leads to the higher certifications, reducing the turnover intentions. Study focus on examining how the authoritarian presenting background moderators the relationship between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certification. The last hypothesis is an employee's authoritarian family upbringing moderates the relationships between the authoritarian relationships and the supervisor certifications. The degree of the authoritarian family upbringing among the employee moderators the negative relations between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certifications. When the degree of the authoritarian parenting style is highest, it mitigates the negative relationship between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certifications. 3B is the degree of the authoritarian family upbringing among employee moderators the negatively relationship between the authoritarian leaderships and the supervisor certification. When the degree of the authoritarian parenting is lower, is the intensifies the negative relationship between authoritarian leadership and the supervisor certification.
This is our research framework. This is our research method. 3.1 Participants and producers. Participants focus on employees of small and medium-sized enterprise in Taiwan. Spelling and data collection is employee proposal sampling using paper based on online self-take questionnaires. Our pretest is conducted to ensure reliability and internal consistency. The response rate, the distribute 400 questionnaires received 247 response, 232 valid, yielding a 55% effective response rate. The CMB prevention adopt information anonymization and pretest of objectivity and validity. Demographic collect data on gender, age, company, industry, statute. And 3.2 measure. The authoritarian leadership is based on Chen et al. 3.2. This is the scale we use for our variables, and control variables includes gender, age, education, tenure, occupation. And this is our data resource and analysis. 4.1 is CFA. Method is to analyze employee to assess model fit. And our S-squared is 892.639, and the RMSEA is 0.081. The SRMA is 0.69. CFI is 0.96, and NNFI is 0.966, and IFI is 0.96. 4.2 Descriptive statistic and Pearson correlation. The method is used Pearson correlation to analyze variables relationship. The multi-collinearity is no scientific issue, as all correlations were below 0.8. Our finding is authoritarian leadership negatively correlated with supervisor certification and positive with turnover intention. The supervisor satisfaction negatively correlated with turnover intention. The authoritarian parenting style negatively correlated with authoritarian leadership, positively with supervisor certification, and negatively with turnover intention. This is our table of descriptive, substantive, and Pearson correlation. 4.3 is testing of hypothesis. Our finding is authoritarian leadership negatively correlates with supervisor stratification, and supervisor stratification negatively correlates with turnover intention. The support of hypothesis H1 is support, and H2 also support. The moderating effect. The authoritarian parenting style moderates the relationship between authoritarian leadership and supervisor satisfaction, mitigating and or enhancing the negative impact based on the degree of upbringing. This table is our research hypothesis testing using linear regression. This figure is moderating effect of authoritarian parenting style. This is our discussion. The authoritarian leadership and its impact. The context. The authoritarian leadership command in Chinese enterprise often involves up-down communications and disrespect of subordinate opinions. Impact of certification exhibits a significant negative correlation of with employees' satisfaction with supervisor, as authoritarian action provoke negative emotion in employees. The turnover intention. Supervisor certifications negatively correlates with turnover intention, indicating higher employee retention when certifications is high. The role of leadership style. Leadership style deeply affect employee emotions and attitudes, impacting their intention to stay or leave the organization. The moderating effect of parenting. The study also examines the moderating roles of employees, authoritarian family upbringing on the relationship between authoritarian leadership and supervisor satisfaction. The family upbringing's moderating role in leadership. Our focus is how family upbringing style moderate the impact of authoritarian leadership on supervisor satisfaction. The influence of authoritarian upbringing. The employees rise in strict authoritarian families likely adapt better to authoritarian leadership, leading to higher supervisor satisfaction and workplace harmony. The construct with less authoritarian upbringing. Those from more moderative background may structure with authoritarian leadership, resulting in lower supervisor satisfaction due to conflict with their values of autonomy and cooperation. Our summary is family upbringing shapes how employees respond to leadership style, influencing their satisfaction with supervisor. This is our reference. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you so much, Ting and Husing, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding his presentation, you can put their questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Gintare Sericate Motijuane, Institute of Asian and Transcultural Studies, Vilnius University, Vilnius, Lithuania. Her topic of presentation for today is Polygamy in Focus, a discourse on society norms, rights, and practical challenges. You all can read the abstract from the screen given. Okay, so let's move ahead and see what Gintare's presentation is all about.
Good afternoon. My name is Gintare and I am a PhD student from Vilnius University in Lithuania. Today I want to present you a part of my research of my PhD thesis. The topic under examination is the psychological dynamics and coping mechanisms of women involved in Islamic polygamous marriages. And at the beginning, a little bit about the term. So, polygamy means being married to multiple people at once. Polygamy is divided into polygyny, one man, many wives, and polyandry, one woman, many husbands. In a Facebook group discussing polygyny in Islam, most women still use a term polygamy. So I will use polygamy too, focusing on polygyny among Muslims. I will present you a study of one Facebook group which is closed, intended only for women who are in polygamous relationships or seek to be in them or are looking for co-wives for their husbands. The uniqueness of my research lies in its scope and methodology. Rather than being confined to a particular region or country, my research expands to encompass an online community of women from very diverse backgrounds, including those from the Middle East, from Europe, America as well, both native Muslims and converts. These women collectively navigate their challenges, fostering a shared space for problem solving. The research aims to identify common narratives and coping mechanisms that transcend their varied backgrounds and the strongly different social environments they originate from. This innovative approach can be named as virtual or cyber ethnography. So, virtual or cyber ethnography is a research methodology that adapts traditional ethnographic methods to study communities and cultures created through computer-mediated communication. This approach involves immersing oneself in the virtual culture and observing interactions on websites and within online communities. So cyberethnography has emerged as a very effective tool for understanding the social dynamics of online spaces. In this piece of my research, I was focusing on the psychological impact of polygamy on women, especially in terms of cognitive dissonance and emotional distress. According to many studies, in polygamous relationships, women often find themselves bearing a significant emotional burden due to decisions made predominantly by men. This situation highlights a systematic issue of gender imbalance or lack of agency for women within these dynamics. Based on a Facebook group analysis, one of the most stressful topic is the introduction of a second wife itself. This often leads to other stressors such as women doubting their self-esteem, self-worth in relationships. And in the example, you can see a woman who started questioning if she's enough in the relationships, if her husband started searching for a co-wife. Another example is a little bit more complex and shows a different source of distress caused by intimacy and emotional connection with a co-wife. To put it in short, a husband told her wife he doesn't feel emotional connection with his second wife, but after reading messages between husband and a co-wife, the first wife learns that the situation is actually quite different, and the messages are quite intimate. I have collected way more such examples, but simply due to lack of time, I presented only these two ones. But they revealed a general narrative from my research that the greatest stress for women is caused by show up of a second wife, which leads to self-deprecation. And the second narrative is husband's intimacy and emotional connection with his co-wife, which leads to jealousy and overall questioning a husband's feeling for the first wife. However, instead of discussing these questions, problems of distress with their husbands directly, these women still stay in polygamous relationships and just ask other women for support and for questioning how to deal with the stress caused by polygamy. To put it in short, women focus on dealing with the symptoms, which is stress, rather than understanding and resolving the root cause of the problem that led to the stress. In order to understand the roots of this phenomenon and to gain a deeper understanding of the advice of women experiencing similar feelings, I applied cognitive dissonance theory. This is a psychological concept that explores the discomfort or tension people feel when they hold two or more contradictory beliefs. So going back to my research on polygamy, cognitive dissonance is a result of basically two statements. First is that the women accept polygamy as Islamic practice, which she initially viewed as appropriate and unquestionable. This could be the answer why women do not questioning the situation and polygamy itself that caused stress. Well, because it is a correct, fair religious practice per se. As it is put in the comment, it is halal, and that's it. So this was one belief. The second belief that makes a resonance is the existence of a co-wife and intimate bond shared between a husband and the co-wife. This discomfort motivates people to resolve conflicts between two situations. And from the entire discussion in this thread, two central themes emerge. Firstly, create a separation from the knowledge of the second relationship and all its associated details. Being short and simple, ignore and forget about the existence of the co-wife. The second perspective involves viewing polygamy from a religious standpoint. Polygamy, as I argued, is seen as a right religious practice per se and could be interpreted through the lens of the effort justification paradigm, which is a tool to alleviate cognitive dissonance. In short, the cognitive dissonance could be lessened when the reward for suffering in the act compensates for the dissonance. So, the effort justification paradigm proposes that when individual invest significant efforts into a cause, in this instance, polygamous relationships, they can rationalize these circumstances and view the outcome as more valuable. So, this could potentially explain why some women stay devoted to these relationships despite experiencing negative feelings. To conclude, the psychological dynamics and coping mechanisms of women in Islamic polygamous marriages can be really complex. Women often face cognitive dissonance between accepting polygamy as an Islamic practice and dealing with the emotional discomfort of sharing their husband. Coping strategies primarily involve managing stress rather than addressing root causes, leading again to a significant emotional distress. These findings underline the need for more support and resources for women in these situations. So thank you again for listening to me, and you are welcome for questions.
Thank you so much, Gintare, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding to her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead, our next presenter of the day is Christopher Ronsinquist, Department of Strategy and Marketing, School of Economics, Stockholm, Sweden. Our topic of presentation is Private Equity Fund Selection, a Machine Learning Approach. You all can read the abstract from the screen given. Okay, so moving ahead, let's see what Christopher's presentation is all about.
Welcome to the presentation on private equity fund selection, a machine learning approach. The overall goal with our current paper is to test various machine learning techniques as a complementary tool for private equity investors, called limited partners, in their fund selection process, which has historically been very human-centric. The base model that is applied to all of these techniques is a binary classification one, where we predict the probability of a fund to exceed a predetermined performance threshold based on the information these limited partners would have at the time of fundraising. So the target variable in this case would take the value 1 if the fund matches or exceeds this threshold, and would take the value 0 if it doesn't. The measure we use throughout our paper is called the Public Market Equivalent Measure that was developed by Kaplan and Shore in 2005. This essentially is a ratio of gains to cost of an investment. There's always a benchmark that is being compared when we test each individual fund, and this benchmark is usually taken as a public market index like the S&P 500. So if a fund has a ratio of 1.2, for example, then it means on average this fund outperformed the benchmark index by 20%. So our model is testing whether the fund in question is likely to actually beat the market or not, with a probability of 50% or higher. With that in mind, we explored two broad questions in this paper. The first is, which models are actually giving us the best results, and what is the quality of the prediction? The second, what factors are actually driving the results within our models, and comparing them to the existing empirical evidence which is shown in past research. Taking a step back, we wanted to also explore what motivated us to actually make this kind of a paper. The first thing was the exponential growth that has been seen in the PE industry and PE investments in particular. The number of active firms have doubled in the last 10 years, and the industry is reaching an all-time high in terms of assets under management. At the same time, there's also been a lack of performance persistency. In the past, when the industry was still new and young, access to managers was key to making large profits within this industry. If you had the top managers, you often made the top quartile results. However, there has been a significant decline in this so-called performance persistency of fund managers as the industry is maturing and things are getting more competitive. In fact, only 19% of the buyout funds raised after 2001 repeated the success after their first big shout. And the last thing, and an important element, is the difference actually that you see in the top and bottom quartiles. When investing in private equity, it's usually a huge lock-in period once you've decided to actually go for an investment, unlike a public market where you could always opt out. So once you pick a fund, you're stuck with it for the next 10 to 12 years. Hence, it's very important to pick the right funds because the difference in performance, as you can see in the graph, is quite significant between them. And a wrong judgment here would massively impact your overall portfolio given the magnitude of investment that usually goes into these kinds of funds. So all of them kind of ultimately made us want to explore how can we upgrade the traditional way LPs conduct their due diligence. So coming to our study, the data we used was primarily sourced from Preqin for all the fund level characteristics, and they were supplemented by some publicly available information through Yahoo Finance on the macroeconomic factors around the time of investment. One key thing to point out is that we separated the analysis for buyout funds from venture capital funds, primarily because the nature of investments for both of them are quite different. Buyout funds invest majority stakes in established companies, whereas venture capital funds often invest a minority stake in new and upcoming funds. So it was important to do the analysis separately because it is possible that different factors affect both of them differently. Coming to the variables, the target variable, as we already mentioned, it's a binary variable which will take the value 1 if the fund's PME is more than 1 and takes the value 0 if it's less than 1. We also made sure that we used 2 indexes for both buyout and venture capital funds so that there would be a robustness check. For the predictive variables, they were based on past research and also our conversations with some kind of industry experts. And these broadly fell into 2 categories: fund-specific features and macroeconomic environment at the time of investment. Coming to the methodology for this paper, given the lack of empirical data on this topic to benchmark our results, we believe the best approach was to test a wide range of machine learning models in varying complexities that are known to work well with classification problems. This would also allow a well-rounded base to be set up for future studies on this topic. Furthermore, we applied 4 different categories of feature sets, namely using principal component analysis and decision tree classifiers to apply to each of these methodologies if possible to get different combinations and see which one works the best. The confusion matrix that was then formed for all of these models, which was based on a probability threshold of 0.5, which meant that if the estimated probability of a fund beating the performance threshold was over 50%, then the target would take the value 1, and if not, then the probability is lower than 50% and the target would take the value 0. Within this confusion matrix, 4 different types of performance metrics, namely accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 scores were calculated for all of the models. Moving to our results section, and starting with the venture capital funds, the top models here achieved an accuracy of 75%, revealing predictability. This was based on a balanced data set where 47% of them were target variables with 1 and 53% of them were target variable 0. The KNN model consistently outperformed most of the other models with an accuracy of 75%, but also achieving quite high numbers in terms of other performance metrics, such as precision and recall. Our winning strategy involved dimensionality reduction combined with KNN for identifying successful VC funds. The results from a buyout dataset were rather less promising, with none of the models actually improving an accuracy of higher than the base rate, which was 62% for this dataset. The base rate simply implies the split between the ones and the zeros. So in our current dataset for buyout funds, the ones were 62% and the zeros were 38%. We conducted 2 runs. First one was actually using the original imbalance dataset, which was favoring these good funds. And this actually led to inaccurate predictions where the best model on paper was the neural network model showing a 61% accuracy, but it was simply predicting all the funds to be good, and hence this accuracy was achieved, but clearly showing no predictive power. To address this imbalanceness, we used the Morthay algorithm to make the split 50-50, but the model still failed to surpass the base rate of 60% from the original model. Unfortunately, overall, the accuracy also fell for other models, suggesting limited predictive power in a buyout dataset. Also, it's notable to see that the more complex machine learning models using boosted tree, decision trees, neural networks often fail to outperform the simpler models in both buyout funds and venture capital funds, probably due to the limited sample size that these data-hungry algorithms usually are less effective in predicting. Moving to the results of the second part of our study, which focuses on what factors are actually driving these results, we base this on a logistic regression that was run on 99% of the sample for both buyout and venture capital funds. Our findings actually reveal a positive and significant correlation between fund size and performance for buyout funds. However, surprisingly, the square term, which would explain the concave relationship, actually wasn't there, as opposed to past findings that actually suggested so. For venture capital funds, this relationship is actually negative, with marginal incremental changes suggesting that size might alone not actually contribute to higher performance. Regarding experiences, most factors positively influence performance, but only firm age provides statistically significant results for both of these funds. Notably, industry-focused funds actually outperformed diversified ones, both for BC and buyout funds, particularly for VC funds. Expanding geographically seems to benefit venture capital funds, especially when investing in multiple countries. Results for buyout funds, on the other hand, are slightly mixed, showing positive performance enhancement at the continent level, but kind of drops when it expands globally, though none of them were statistically significant. Examining the startup funding stages, early stage startup investors don't demonstrate superior performance, but funds focusing on more mature startups seems to have an improved PME performance. Overall, US focused funds dominate top performers, but this might be slightly due to the sample having a heavy US concentration. In terms of macroeconomic factors, it seems to play a significant and crucial role in terms of VC fundraising, with significant effects in terms of treasury fund rate for the last 10 years and also the GDP in the last year. Buyout funds seem less susceptible, and they also show a negative impact of high treasury bond rates, which makes sense since their reliance on debt financing is usually very heavy. Lastly, we'd like to add some limitations which could offer us future research options from our study. Number one, it would be great to look into some other factors, particularly past fund performance, which was a variable we think was missing from our model, primarily because of lack of access. But using more proprietary data sets and more intricate variables might actually reveal more and interesting information about a study like this. Secondly, I think there was a large portion of non-liquidated funds in our analysis, which are merely because it's still a young in industry compared to public markets. So a study even in the next 5 to 10 years might improve the quality of our sample. And lastly, a similar point to the last one, limitation of dataset might be one of the reasons why more complex models did not perform that much better than more basic models. And adding in more fresh data, more proprietary data sets might actually lead to some more interesting results. So that could be a future option for studies.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for this wonderful presentation. So, if anybody has any questions regarding her presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box. Moving forward with the conference, our next presenter of the day is Antonio Garcia Mate, Department of Business and Economics, University of Almeria, Spain. His topic for today's presentation is Understanding Bank Divestment in Fossil Fuels, an approach from VAR and Monte Carlo simulation. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving ahead, let's see what Antonio's presentation has to say.
So thank you. My name is nice to meet you. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today in the session online. My name is Antonio Garcia, and joining with my colleague Arturo Garcia Martinez, uh, we already present the paper titled "Understanding Bank Investment in Fossil Fuels: An Approach from Value at Risk and GVM." Uh, both are from the University of Almeria in Spain, and uh, we start to present the work. So this is a brief content and a brief agenda about the presentation, about the PPT with an impact and brief introduction, methodology with the sample and data set, and a brief description about the value at risk and the geometry, Brownian motion, the GVM methods. After that, we present and we show you the results uh, between the value at risk and the geometric Brownian motion. So we start with the results and output extracted from the value at risk, and at the end of the result section, we present the GVM output. And after that, we conclude with the main conclusion and the main results and thoughts about the this analysis, and with together with the limitation and the future research line. So we start with the impact and the motivation of our results, right? First of all, we wanted to show you a brief graph about the fossil fuel consumption worldwide. This data is from the last report from Energy Institute, and the graph say this: the 82% of total consumption in terms of energy demand, primary energy demand, it's 82% it's from the fossil fuel energy. That's called the carbon, oil, and natural gas. So this is a big problem to with an emergency and with the urgency to take care and to reduce this fossil fuel consumption around in our matrix energy demand worldwide. So this is a big problem, a problem from the emission specifically, and we needed to be uh, to do something about that. So one of the main solution and main hope to tackle this kind of this sort of things, this kind of problem is the climate finance, right? So the climate finance is proposed according to the increasing awareness of climate change. And public opinion has become increasingly skeptical about the environmental impact of the fossil fuel industry. And a lot of campaigns also have emerged to encourage banks and other financial institutions to sell their stakes in this sector. So one of the solution that I told you before is the climate finance. The climate finance, the main propose is the uh, redirect the war saving and the war investment from the fossil fuel investment to a low carbon investment and with lower and try to reduce the risk level of this investment. So this is like our main theoretical framework to that help us to introduce the next session, right? So, which is our main goal in this analysis? Our main goal is compare the risk-return ratio between the financial institution that say the banks, the global banks, with the different fossil fuel divestment policies. So it's something like compare different asset management portfolio in a different situation, right? With different policy according to the divestment effort in each bank. So other goals, right? It's are sorry knowing the future trajectory of this return with the GVM methods and simulate these different performance scenarios, also with the GVM methods. So this is something like we needed to be sure about the risk return ratio that the divestment in fossil fuels give us. This is our main uh, theoretical problem, right? So, which is our methodology and which is the method that try to to carry out this analysis. So, with about the sample and data set, we extract information and daily returns from 40 global banks, right? Big global banks like JP Morgan, Bank of America, and so on. And we extract a time frame and a period from the 2016 to 2022. This is because the viability data in our dataset, which is our dataset, is the Banking on Climate Chaos, the last report from this organization, right? So we can extract just 6 years, right, from 2016 to 2022, and we use that I told you before uh, two main two main methodological approaches, right? One of them is the value at risk. The value at risk would measure the loss that could be suffered under a normal market condition in a time frame and with a certain level of probability or confidence, right? So we try to know which is the maximum loss that the different portfolio that we analyze uh, have around the time period, right? This is our first approach, just to say which is the portfolio with the best risk return rate. And the other part is the forecasting this performance. So to do that, we use the geometric Brownian motion. The GVM assumes that a constant risk is accompanied by random shocks. While will the period return under GVM are normally distributed, the consequent multi-period, for example, 10 days, price levels are log normally distributed. So it's something like try to guess the future situation, the future performance of an exact and specific portfolio. So if you are right, we can start with the result section, right? So first of all, we differentiate the section, the research section, in for one side the value at risk and the other the GVM, right? So for the value at risk, we can extract the main output. In the end, the main output is this maximum loss that the portfolio uh, can have, right? Can have. So we have on the one hand, on the one side, the fossil fuel portfolio, and from the other, not the non-fossil fuel portfolio. So if portfolio constructed by a big bank that not the divestment at all in this kind of fossil fuels, the maximum loss is 4.7%. And with the portfolio formed by the big bang that try to divestment more in fossil fuels, the maximum loss is 5%. So, which kind of conclusion we extract of that? That the main conclusion is that the fossil fuel portfolio present a better situation, a better performance according to the value at risk. That say, according with the relationship with the risk and the return. So this is the first output. And the other output is the GVM. So the try to forecast the future performance of the portfolio. So you can see here, we can try to move my mouse, right? Here there is the fossil fuel portfolio. You can see like when you, sorry, when you, when you invest $10,000, we can demonstrate or we can present the different situation that according to the GVM, the performance can have, right, in the future. So here you can see like the most of the cases in the future performance, it's in a positive side, right? So you can see here all the possible situation, all the possible performance of the portfolio. It's in the positive side, right? This is according to the fossil fuel portfolio. And the other part, the banks that try to divestment more in fossil fuels, you can see here the future situation, the forecast. Here, the forecasting is something like the 50% with the cases in the positive side, and the other 50% more or less with the future performance in a negative way. So the main conclusion that we can extract here is that the fossil fuel portfolio uh, it's more profitable according to the GVM, right? And it's less volatile between the fossil fuels and compared with non-fossil fuels. In here, the non-fossil fuel, you can see like more or less a 50% is from the positive side, and the other 50% is for their negative side, right? So uh, we finish here with the principal conclusion, right? That I tried to say before. The fossil fuel portfolio has a lower value at risk, has a lower risk at the end of the day, and is predicted to outperform the non-fossil fuel portfolio, right? Uh, and this analysis is not perfect for sure, so we can present some limitation here. So the principal limitation, I think that this is the sample that we use. It's something like limits, right? So the sample can be larger for sure, identifying other financial entities such as investment fund, pension fund, ETF, sovereign funds, and so on, right? And for that, the future research can be moved by the identified explanatory factor for the investment, for example, for instance, in fossil fuels and make a comparative study by country. Why? Because probably there is a lot of legislation that is a difference between the region and the country, and probably the different portfolio performs in a different way, right? According or impacted by the specific legislation and regulation of the region or another country, right? So this is all. If you have any you have any asked question about that, can you reach me on by email or by LinkedIn? Uh, thank you so much. That's it's all. It's a pleasure for me, also for Professor Arturo Garcia, and see you soon. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, today's my topic is dynamic interrelation between stock market index, exchange rate tables and policy rate, the case of Egypt from 2010 to 2020. Overall, our introduction for today is that dynamic securities market is the engine of the country's economy and that the stability and the strength of country's financial intermediates and the secondary market system is always playing a role in the economic growth. Since 2009 and development in these stock markets and treasury
Thank you so much, Antonio, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any question regarding his presentation, they can put their questions in the chat. So moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, that is Yara El Khaki, Economics, German University in Cairo, New Cairo, Egypt. Our topic for today's presentation is dynamic interrelation between stock market index, exchange rate, T-bills, and policy rate. The case of Egypt 2010 to 2020. You can read the abstract from the given screen. Okay, so moving ahead, let's see what Yara's presentation is all about.
Hello everyone, today's my topic is dynamic interrelation between stock market index, exchange rate tables and policy rate, the case of Egypt from 2010 to 2020. Overall, our introduction for today is that dynamic securities market is the engine of the country's economy and that the stability and the strength of country's financial intermediates and the secondary market system is always playing a role in the economic growth. Since 2009 and development in these stock markets and treasury secondary market, the Egyptian economy has been on a high higher economic growth and upward trend in its growth. However, Egypt's economy has been facing different challenges, starting from 2011 political revolution and then the pandemic, which had a negative impact on the foreign capital inflows from the hard currency. It is assumed that Egypt's economy is moving towards a more co-integrating economy, especially after the IMF loan agreement that took place end of 2016, associated with a currency flotation in the 3rd of November 2016. Since that, Egypt's stock market, foreign exchange market, played a more reflective factor, and it made Egypt more having weaknesses towards the external shocks. And with the association with the IMF loan program, the financial capital market, via its foreign capital inflows in Egypt's external sector from the foreign portfolio investment, it played a main role in impacting the currency performance through Egypt's equity and debt markets in a direct and indirect way, influenced by Egypt's central bank monetary policy decision. Thus, these papers aim at clarifying the factors that decide the financial markets, the factors, and also investigate the relationship between macroeconomic variables in Egypt, impact of it on Egypt's stock market index. The research importance is that the critical to have a highlight on the macroeconomic variables interrelation, especially in emerging economies like Egypt, and to help in understanding the interrelation between macro variables for policymakers and investors to assess the economic stance in Egypt. The research gap is despite the constant dynamics and the complexity of the interrelation of Egypt's macroeconomic variables, there is still limited number of research papers focused on clarifying the interrelation between Egypt's stock market, interest rate, exchange rate, and other economic variables. Research objective is to analyze the dynamic interplay between Egypt's key macro financial indicators and their impact on the stock market performance. The data used is to capture the trend that took place since 2011 revolution, the 2016 currency flotation, and the corona pandemic that took place in 2019 globally and domestically in the beginning of 2020. The 4 questions that guided the study is there a relationship between stock market return and treasury bill rate? Is there a relationship between stock market return and interest rate? And if there a relationship between interest rate and treasury bill rate? And the last one, how does interest rate and treasury bill rate conjointly impact the stock market returns? The data collected were analyzed through eViews software version 11. The hypothesis and the data, the 4 questions is, 4 hypotheses is H1, is there a negative relationship between stock market returns and treasury bill rate? Hypothesis number 2 is there a negative relationship between stock market returns and interest rate? And H3, if there is a positive relationship between treasury bill yield rate and interest rate? And H4, if there is a positive relationship between stock market return and exchange rate? H5, if there is a joint impact of a negative relation between treasury bill interest rate and stock market. All the variables here in the table summarize the data are taken from the Central Bank of Egypt. Egypt's stock market return is the dependent variable. Egypt's lending rate is the independent variable. Egypt's treasury bill yield is the 3 months yield. It's the independent, and the exchange rate is an independent variable towards our analysis, which involve regression, co-integration, and Wickham model. So the results and the findings, descriptive statistics showed that the variables are not normally distributed and could be further having a speculation and periodic changes. The correlation test showed a strong, significant, positive linear correlation between lending rate and treasury bill, weak insignificant between stock market index and tables and stock market index and lending rate, a weak insignificant relation between Egypt stock market index and exchange rate. A lag order selection criteria was used. The optimal lag was 8 to test the long-run relationship between the noted variables by applying the co-integration test, and also I used the augmented Dickey-Fuller unit root test to analyze that the variables are not stationary, so to proceed with the co-integration. So the results and the findings show that there is a negative relationship between stock market returns and treasury bill rate as hypothesis number 1. It showed a positive weak relation, not significant, at 5%. The R-square was too low, indicating that variation in the stock market performance cannot be explained by the treasury bill rates movements. H1 is rejected. as it's not statistically significant, supports the argument that the financial markets or the securities market in the Egyptian market is not correlated and inefficient, and it failed to capture the funds reallocation between treasury bill market and stock market when there is a change in the monetary policy dynamics. And then for testing and applying a regression for H2, if there is a negative relationship between stock market returns and interest rate, also it showed a positive weak relationship between interest rate and the stock market returns, as it was not significant at 5% with low R-square. The stock market performance couldn't explain the treasury bill movement, and there might be other values that contribute to the explanation, which again indicates that the financial market in Egypt is not efficient and doesn't show the reallocation of the funds with a policy rate hike or a rate cut. So H2 also is rejected. And then in testing H3, if there is a positive relationship between treasury bill yield rate and interest rate, it indicated a positive relationship between interest rate and treasury bill rate that is strong and positively correlated at 92%. But the co-movement between the lending rate and the treasury bill rate are moving together could be an indicator that reflects the movement of the monetary policy rate. However, due to high correlation, it's creating a multicollinearity, which gives an unbiased judgment about the relationship between the noted variables. Meanwhile, R2 was high at 85%. H3 is accepted, however, due to high correlation, it gives a biased illustration to the relation between the two variables and limit its testing both variables, which is the T-bills and the interest rate, in a combined model further. And then in testing H4, if there is a positive relationship between stock market returns and exchange rate, it showed that the relationship between the variables were significant at 5%, and it reflected a positive relationship with the stock market index. However, the coefficient of determination was too low at 17%. The time series of the sample data from 2010 to 2020 were divided into two durations. The first one is the 2010 to 2016, and the second one is 2017 to 2020. To avoid the structure breakouts at the time of the 2016 currency flotation, which we will show in the next chart, the results showed that there is insignificant relationship between the two variables at 5%. Between the variables in the duration we mentioned, Jan 2010 to October 2016, and Feb 2017 to December 2020. H4 is rejected, and another single of market efficiency was observed. So here in this hypothesis, when we applied the regression on the whole data we had a significant relationship, but when we removed the structure breakout, it turned to be insignificant. Thus, H4 is rejected. So here, this chart will explain to us more that this is the structure breakout or the IMF loan agreement with its currency flotation regime implemented by the government. So here it showed a significant relation between our variables, but it's not really significant. So although the relationship between the interest rates and EGX30 and T-bills and EGX30 is not significant when the regression was applied on the whole time series of the data between 2010 to 2020, it happened to be significant at 5% at the time of Egypt currency flotation here between these duration with a low R-square for both variables, thus excluding the outlier of this duration. We will do that in our further analysis through the co-integration and the Wickham model, that we will exclude the outlier. So in H5, for testing the joint negative relationship between treasury bill yield rate and the lending rates and the stock market index, here we removed the outlier and divided our results into two durations. The first duration, as we said, 2010 to 2016. Second duration, 2017 to 2020. It was divided into short run and long run. After applying the Wickham model, this is a summary for the Wickham model. So, in testing H5, the co-integration testing was applied to test the presence of a long run relationship by the trace test and the maximum eigenvalue. The trace test showed two co-integration equations at 5% between the EGX30 and the lending rates, and also between the EGX30 and the T-bills. However, a co-integration test with 3 variables and over the whole time series, as we said earlier, without a data split could be applied due to the could not be applied due to the multicollinearity, and to be able to capture the structure breakouts and to have one credible model. The coefficients of the long-run co-integration equation for each variable, lending rates and T-bills yield rate, were significant at 5%, reflecting a long-run relationship between the noted variables. It indicates a co-movement between stock market returns and treasury bill rate and interest rate in the long-run equilibrium, which is reflecting also a linear stable long-run relationship among the variables. Following that, after we had the results of the co-integration, we applied the Wickham model, was implemented to assess the short-run causal relationships, and the results which we explained here show that the H5 is only accepted in the duration of 2010-2016, this part, and that there is a stable negative relationship between the variables. So the whole duration on the short run, it was insignificant, but on the long run, only that duration, the first duration before currency flotation, was significant at 5% for lending rate and at 10% for T-bills yield rate. Thus, the conclusion and main discussion points, the results showed that the 2016 IMF loan agreement and the economic reforms that took place starting currency flotation 2016 had an influence on changing the economic political stance in the country. It gave an insightful observation that the government interference over the whole sample data from 2010 to 2020 made the time series data to seem to be correlating, and that the foreign exchange market and the securities market are having a significant relationship. However, when excluding the outlier of the economic political intervention in the market, with the 2016 currency flotation, it came to be uncorrelated. The above findings are contradicting with a previous study by Kamal 2018, who empirically proven that there is a significant joint negative impact on the short run and long run and on the long run of T-bills, 3 months deposit rate and lending rates on Egypt stock market returns over the duration from November 2004 to November 2017. Also, the results are not aligned with both Alam and Salah Abdin 2009 and Spiro 1990, who indicated the presence of a negative link between real interest rates and stock market in Egypt, which is supported by the default economic argument and observation in my presented paper that the duration 2016 to 2017 that when an interest rate increased sharply, investors would rather put and invest into risk-free investment, given that Egyptian investors would view investing in stock markets are more risky, and low rate of return on this investment doesn't make them want to give up on the low risk kinds of investment. Thus, Egypt's market is inefficient and not regulated freely, even though it's under a flexible exchange rate regime. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Yara, for this wonderful presentation of yours. So if anybody has any questions related to Yara's presentation, they can ask her directly, or can put their questions in the chat box. So moving ahead with our next presenter of the day, that is Hedi Shan, Shanghai Mental Health Center, Shanghai Jiaotong University, Shanghai, China. Our topic of presentation for today is an investigation into psychological characteristics of high-risk gaming disorder individuals with varied time perspectives. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. Moving ahead, let's see what Hedi's presentation is all about.
My name is Heidi Shan. I'm coming from China. Today is my great honor to share my research. My topic is the psychological characters of high-risk gaming disorder individuals with different time perspective. Gaming addiction or gaming disorder is a growing concern in our society. In 2018, gaming disorder was classified as a mental disorder. It's prevalent among Asian populations, males and children or adolescents. It will damage to their mental and physical health. Understanding the underlying psychological factors is important for effective intervention and prevention strategies. As to this topic, it's important to note that time perspective is important in shaping individuals' behavior and mindset. Time perspective refer to an individual's cognitive, experimental, and behavioral orientation towards the past, present, and future, and it is a relatively stable personality trait that manifests in consistent psychological and behavior characters. The most common measures is the Zimbardo Time Perspective Inventory. It includes five subscales: past positive, past negative, present hedonistic, and present fatalistic, and future. There are many research to investigate the relationship between time perspective and addiction. The research result can be divided in two parts. The first part is about high-risk time perspective, including past negative, present hedonistic, present fatalistic. They found that individuals with a past negative and present time perspective are more prone to developing addictive behavior, experiencing more severe addiction, and facing greater challenge during addiction recovery and withdrawal. The second part is the future time perspective is regarded as protective. They found the individual with a future time perspective exhibit fewer addictive behavior and experience lower addiction severity. And there is a significant negative relationship between future time perspective and addiction behavior. Also, there's some research explore relationship between time perspective and gaming behavior. The result is similar. For example, they found that there is a positive correlation between past negative present time perspective and gaming addiction. And they also found negative time perspective and positive future time negative time perspective have a positive predictive effect on gaming addiction, while positive future time perspective has a negative predictive effect. Furthermore, they also found that individuals who score high in the present time perspective, low in future time perspective group, and low in future present balance group tend to have longer gaming sessions. However, there are still some questions to explore. The first question is we want to know, are there mounting patterns or time perspective among individuals with gaming addiction? We also want to know, do individuals with different time perspective exhibit difference in gaming motivations, gaming behaviors, and impulsivity? To answer the two questions, we will use cluster analysis and network analysis. In our research, is including three steps. The first step is screening. We distribute the questionnaire in the college, use the gaming disorder screening scale in college students. Then we will conduct a diagnostic clinical interview to confirm our participant list. Participants who complete the who meet the diagnostic clinical interview will be invited to complete the self-report questionnaire, including general information, time perspective inventory, Bart impulsiveness scale, multiple choice questionnaire, and gaming motivation questionnaire. At last, we recruit 210 individuals with high-risk gaming disorders and 121 individuals with low-risk gaming disorders. Their basic information are shown in tables. We can find they have similar age. At first, we conducted the cluster analysis. Based on the result, we found two subgroups. The first group is no person negative present fetalist group. The second subgroup is a future-oriented group. The detailed information can see the figure. Then we compare the two subgroups. We found some similarities and uniques. For the similarity, we found the two subgroups all have high score in impulsivity, and they all have high score in the gaming achievement motivation. Meanwhile, they also have high score in the social, cognitive, and emotional abnormality induced by gaming. However, we also found some uniques in cluster 2. We found the cluster 2 exhibits stronger social and emotional weights in gaming, and show a higher prevalence of appropriate behavior triggered by gaming. Next, we conducted the network comparison analysis. We compared the overall network strength and edge connection strength. In the overall network strength, we found class 1 have stronger network strength. The max different age is from person negative to future in two birth. The class 1 have sick age. At last, we can say our research focus on is examining the psychological characters of high-risk gaming disorders in individuals with different time perspective. By analyzing their behaviors, motivations, and cognitive functions, we aim to gain insights into the unique aspects of each group. Our finding reveals different patterns. Firstly, we observe that individuals with a future-oriented time perspective exhibit stronger social and emotional motives in gaming. They are more likely to seek social interactions and full immersion in gaming experience. However, this group also displays a higher prevalence in appropriate behavior triggered by gaming. On the other hand, individuals with no personality and present fatalist time perspective demonstrate a different set of characteristics. They tend to focus on constructing goals and creating dreams as a means to steer away from excessive gaming. Their intervention needs revolve around practical real-world practice and participation, rather dabbling solely in fantasies. Understanding these distinct psychological characters is vital for tailoring effective intervention and prevention strategies. By recognizing the specific needs and the motivations of individuals with different time perspectives, we can design target therapies and support systems and to promote healthy gaming habits and mental well-being. In conclusion, our research shines light on the psychological characters of high-risk gaming disorder individuals with different time perspectives. By consulting these findings, we can develop more personalized and effective interventions to address the growing concern of gaming disorder. That's all. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Hadishan, for this excellent performance of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding to her presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box. Moving further, our next presenter of the day is Vaishali Chaudhary, Department of Psychology, School of Liberal Education, Galgotias University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. Her topic for today's presentation is exploring the impact of mental boundaries, stress perception in thick versus thin boundaries. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving further, let's see what Vaishali Chaudhary's presentation is all about.
I'm Vaishali Chaudhary. I'm a PhD scholar under Galgotias University located in UP, India. Over the next 12 to 15 minutes, I will be talking about my research paper, which is titled Exploring the Impact of Mental Boundaries, Stress Perception in Thick versus Thin Boundaries. I have added the abstract slide so it can be used as a post-reading whenever available. Here is the presentation outline. I will be talking about introduction, research problem, aim of the research, methodology, which would be including research tools, research design, statistical analysis. Then I'll move on to findings, conclusion, and of course, references. I will begin by introducing mental boundaries or boundaries in mind. It is a personality dimension which was pioneered by Ernest Hartman in 1989. Ernest stated that there are two sorts of boundaries: degree of connectedness among different aspects of mind and degree of connectedness between self and the external world. Boundaries in mind are on a continuum with two extremes on the end: thick boundaries and thin boundaries. Characteristics of someone on thick boundary is a person who is removed from close relationship, someone who experiences minimal congress between waking experience and dreaming, someone who seems detached or unaffected by his or her environment. Contrary to that, characteristic of someone with thin boundaries is permeability, which means he is accessible, passable, and even fluid. He has difficulty in separating sense of self from the environment and consequently have very strong emotions. It is difficult for him or her to distinguish dreams from reality. In this slide, I have showcased findings from literature review. Boundaries as a personality dimension was found to be the only personality variable that are related to how frequently people recall dreams. Boundaries is also related to neuroticism as well as attachment patterns. Most importantly, it was found to be a protective barrier against traumatic situations. Freud described boundaries later in his career when attempting to explain variability among personality types. Freud and his followers discussed a barrier protecting an organism against unwanted or harmful stimulation. When this barrier is permeable or broken, the mind cannot handle the ensuing traumatic excitations. This can lead to various forms of psychopathology, especially regression. This inability to shut out negative information is included in Hartman's definition of boundaries. Boundaries as a personality dimension was also found to be highly correlated with openness. My research will be investigating if boundaries is still a protective barrier, and if so, can it protect individual from perceived stress? Moving on to perceived stress. Perceived stress isn't real. Well, it is, but it isn't, and it's not as complex as it sounds. Let's start by talking about actual stress. If you have too much work to do and you can't keep on top of your tasks, what you feel is actual stress. Perceived stress is different. It's more about your feelings about the lack of control and unpredictability than the actual stressor itself. If you find your thoughts spiraling into what could happen and decide that awful things are inevitable, that's the meaning of perceived stress. The problem is it's just as negative and the effects are negative. If you're spending hours worrying about what could be, you're causing the same physical, mental, and emotional problem as you would be worrying about that massive workload we mentioned earlier. PSS or Perceived Stress Scale tests how unpredictable, overwhelming, and uncontrollable the subject feels. Although it's just a feeling, perceived work stress is a serious issue. It can cause tension, headaches, pain and fatigue, digestive issues, stomach problems, lack of focus and motivation, eating disorders, substance abuse, as well as sleep disorders. Coming to the research problem, the study addresses the need to understand the influence of mental boundaries as a personality dimension rooted in early psychological concepts on how individuals perceive stress. The research problem stems from the lack of empirical evidence exploring the influence of mental boundaries as a personality dimension. The primary aim of this research is to assess the impact of thick and thin boundaries on perceived stress among undergraduate college students. Specifically, the study aims to investigate how variations in mental boundary thickness relates to differences in the way individuals perceive stress. Additionally, the study aims to explore other relevant factors such as gender differences in mental boundary. The ultimate goal is to contribute valuable insights to the understanding of mental boundaries in the context of stress perception among college students and advocate for a renewed focus on this personality dimension in future research. Moving on to the methodology, talking about the sample, a stratified random sampling approach was employed to select a representative sample of 400 undergraduate students. Each participant in the sample underwent the administration of the Perceived Stress Scale and the Boundary Questionnaire Short, that is BQSH. During the subsequent data analysis, due diligence was exercised to identify and address incomplete as well as inattentive responses, ensuring the reliability and validity of the collected data. As a result, out of 400, only 350 responses were addressed in data analysis. To collect data regarding perceived stress levels, Perceived Stress Scale was used. It is a scale that involves 10 items and it was developed by Sheldon Cohen. During test standardization, Cohen was generically inclusive in selection for the norm group, which means there is a high reliability and validity attached to this test. Both male and female genders, age groups between 18 to 65 and older, races including white, Hispanic, black, South, and East Asian were all included in the norms group. Cohen conducted a study in which it was found that PSS is correlated to stress measures, self-reported health and health services measures, health behavior measures, as well as help-seeking behavior. Coming to Boundary Short, it is a short version of the original BQ developed by Ernest Hartman, which has 145 items. The shortened version measures BQ adjacent to 7 factors. The first factor is unusual experiences. It encompasses items related to peculiar sensory or cognitive occurrences, often linked to sleep, dreams, or fantasy. These items involve challenges in distinguishing between imaginary and real experiences. Need for order constitute the second factor. featuring items focused on the significance of discipline as well as the desire for order, clarity, and precision across various situations. Childlikeness, the third factor, comprises items reflecting the inclination for parents, teacher, and artists to maintain a childlike demeanor. Perceived competence, the fourth factor, centers around perceived personal competence, encompassing areas such as general neatness, cleanliness, punctuality, and the ability to understand or empathize with others. Trust, the fifth factor, addresses the inclination of individuals to be trusting, unguarded, and open in the interpersonal relationship. Sensitivity encompasses items associated with emotional sensitivity, including the tendency to be easily hurt or feel like one is falling apart. The final factor, tentatively labeled mysticism, includes various items, with the strongest loading ones focusing on experiences like seeing auras or having out-of-body experiences. In this particular research, mental boundaries is the independent variable and dependent variable is the perceived stress. In the current slide, I have listed the objective of research and what statistical tests or analysis were used to complete them. When it came to identifying gender differences in mental boundaries, two independent sample t-tests was used. Assessing differences in levels of perceived stress between first, second, and third year undergrad students, ANOVA was used. To identify differences in mean perceived stress between thick and thin boundary students, again ANOVA was employed. And when it came to assessing differences in mean perceived stress between each BQ factor, keeping in mind that there are 7 BQ factors, MANOVA was used. Here are the major findings. Gender differences were observed with female students exhibiting thinner mental boundaries than their male counterparts. First and third year students were associated with low levels of perceived stress, whereas second year students were associated with high level of perceived stress. A follow-up interview was done in which most students stated that they underestimated the demand of an undergrad program, which could explain why second year students were more in stress. At least they felt more in stress. Students who scored high on BQSH, that is, who were characterized in thin boundary personality group, were associated with high levels of perceived stress. Thickness of boundary did act as a protective barrier in case of undergrad students, as it prevented them from perceiving high levels of stress. Students who are less likely to perceive stress were associated with childlikeness and perceived competence BQ-SH subscales. Students who are more likely to perceive stress were associated with need for order, sensitivity, and trust BQ-SH subscales. In conclusion, this study empirically establishes the impact of mental boundaries as a personality dimension on college students' stress perception. Furthermore, it advocates for a renewed focus on mental boundaries within research, specifically as a personality dimension. Most of the research that has been conducted to date about boundaries is related to dream recall. And it is such a vivid personality dimension that there should be more research on the concept. With that, I hope my research has contributed towards encouraging and towards enriching the literature review that currently sits when it comes to mental boundaries.
Thank you so much, Vaishali Chaudhary, for this enlightening presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding to her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So moving further, our next presenter of the day is Yu Fan, School of Nursing and Health, Zhengzhou University, Zhengzhou, China. Our topic of presentation for today is the adaptation experience of newly resident elderly people in nursing institution, a qualitative study. You all can read the abstract from the screen. So I would like to request Yu Fang to play her presentation live.
Yeah, I'm here, and now I will share my screen to play my video. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah. Can you hear me and see the screen?
Yeah, you're visible and audible too. You're not, your presentation is not audible, I guess.
Pardon?
Your presentation is not audible. We can't hear your presentation. You need to stop your screen and then enable the sound first, and then share the screen. Kindly stop sharing and enable the sound button, and then start your screen sharing again.
Excuse me, you can't see my screen or can't hear my voice?
Yeah. Unable to hear your voice.
Oh, okay. Now can you hear the voice?
Yeah, it's fine now.
I will introduce my study from the following parts. First, background. Population aging is a challenge for countries around the world. China is one of the fastest aging countries in the world, and China's existing patient service system is based on home, relying on the community and supplemented by institution. However, due to chronic disease, disability, and frailty, the ability of elderly to perform daily living and self-care has declined. At the same time, due adoption of the community the elderly to live in institution. Next part, methods. In this study, the purpose sampling method was used to select the research subjects from November 2012 to July 2020 in three elderly care institutions, Zhengzhou, Xinzhou, and Luoyang in Henan province. The study has been approved by ethical committee of Zhengzhou University. And the including criteria of the participants were aged 60 years old or over within 6 months of admission to a nursing institution, normal cognitive function, and have normal communication skills, inform the consent of the volunteer participation in this study. According to the purpose of study, the first draft of the interview outline was formed with reference to relevant literature. After the pre-interview with the 3 elderly people, the expert opinion were consulted, and the final outline of the formal interview was formulated. And the questions are as follows, such as, why did you choose to live in the nursing home? How do you feel after you move into the nursing home? Data collection and analysis. In this study, data collection using some structure in this interview, which were conducted during the rest period of the participants, obtain the consent of the administrator and the participants. The duration of each interview is 30 to 45 minutes. The sample size is subject to the situation of interview. For each participant is illustrated in the table. And after data analysis and extraction, 3 themes were identified: positive experience, negative emotion and experience, the need for adaptation. And each theme contains several sub-themes. Theme 1, positive experience. Health and daily life are guaranteed. Most of the elderly believe that living in a nursing facility can improve their quality of life by taking care of their sleep, activity, diet, and personal hygiene. Physical medical needs are met. Most seniors believe that they can enjoy physical medical care and a sense of security in maintaining their health when they stay in nursing facility. Entertainment activities are evident. There are various forms of recreational activities in nursing home. Living a nursing facility expands social network and increase opportunities to get along with others. Into negative emotion and experience. The families of living home, influenced by traditional culture, most of the elderly still want their children and grandchildren to be their side, and when they actively or passively visit their families and the nursing home, they feel sad and feel less worse. There are also complex interpersonal relationships. Moving from a familiar home environment to an unfamiliar institution environment, old people will show maladaptation to group life, and they also worry about the state of the economy. Most of the elderly said that because they don't have passion and other guarantees, living in a nursing home is a huge expensive. Theme 3, the need for adaptation. Improve emotion and social support after the elderly are admitted to nursing institution due to changes in their surrounding environment, interpersonal relationship, social status, etc. They're able to receive more emotion and social support. Just organizational management. Some old people have opinions about the organization and management of the institution, but no one listens to them and makes improvements. There is no way to communicate with management. There are also efficient interaction. Some of the elderly said that both caregivers and the elderly lack awareness of interaction communication, and there is a sense of boundary between the 2 sides. which is not effective to promote the elderly to adapt to the institutional life. Next part is discussion and conclusion. The results of the interview showed that most of the newly settled elderly in nursing institution had negative emotions and misconceptions in the process of adoption. The reason may be some elderly people are afraid of increasing the burden of their children, as the elderly are a special group with declined psychological function. Their perception, communication ability, and mobility will continue decline due to age or disease, and their communication with the social environment will be more and more limited. They feel lonely, depressed, think life is boring. So strength effective communication between elderly and caregivers to create a harmonious atmosphere for the elderly. At the same time, by promoting the interaction between elderly and caregivers, the community of the elderly can be gradually improved. Their emotion support can be enhanced. Their negative emotions can be elevated. The results of the interview showed that the elderly are not separated from their families and their society after being admitted to nursing institution, and they need support from family members, institution, society. Institution should strengthen the professional training of caregivers, improve the environment of nursing institution, organize residential activity, and strengthen the interaction so as to build a social support network for the elderly, enhance their level of social support. In addition, it can also integrate external resources from all walks of life, organize various volunteer-inspired activities based on the needs of the elderly, into the elderly care institution to provide service for the elderly, and then promote the social communicate and the social support of the elderly in the institution. Summarize, the interview showed that the elderly had problems with physiological adaptation, limited social support, heavy physiological burden, and insufficient interpretive communication. In the follow-up research, we can start from improve the elderly's self-management, enhancing social support, and promoting the interaction between the elderly and their peers, families, members, and caregivers to formulate personalized intervention strategies to solve the problem of maladjustment in early stage of the elderly living in the institution and improve the quality of life. Limitations. The study only interviewed older people, not caregivers, and the advantages of elderly care facility. It can be supplemented in future study combined with the results of multi-party interviews to provide a reference for the development of intervention strategies. And my study worked back to non-confidence, which may affect the representativeness of the results. Thanks for listening and looking forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Yo-Yo fan. You just need to
Okay,
stop
I will
sharing your
stop
screen.
sharing your screen. Oh, I will close my share screen.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Yo-Yo fan, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any question regarding to her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So moving further, our next presenter of the day is Yanjiao Zhang, Faculty of Nursing and Health, Zhangzhou University, Henan, China. The topic of presentation is experiences of social isolation among elderly and disabilities in China, a qualitative study. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. So moving further, let's see what Yang Zhao's presentation is all about.
Hello everyone, it's my great honor to attend today's meeting. The title of my speech is Experiences of Social Isolation Among Elderly with Disabilities in China, a Qualitative Study. The research includes the content of above 4 parts. Firstly, objectives. With the accelerated pace of aging, the number of disabled elderly people in China continues to rise and expected to reach 91.4 million by 2050. The phenomenon of social isolation of disabled elderly people has gradually received extensive attention. Social isolation refers to a state of active or passive derailment from society in which activity, participation, social interaction, and interpersonal communication are in a state of disruption or isolation. Disabled elderly people are at high risk of social isolation, and the incidence is about 27 to 33%. Social isolation is considered to be an important indicator of public health, which is closely related to health outcomes. Through qualitative research, can deeply explore the experiences of social isolation of disabled elderly people and analyze and understand the process of social isolation and the specific cultural background. Therefore, this study conducted in-depth interviews with disabled elderly people to explore their real experiences of social isolation, so as to provide a reference for the formulation of nursing support programs for disabled elderly people, help them rebuild their lives, reintegrate into society, and promote healthy aging. Secondly, design. Purpose sampling method was adopted to select the subjects according to the principle of maximum differentiation. According to the gender, age, education level, and the social isolation degree, the disabled elderly in a community in Zhengzhou City from October to November 2023 were selected as research objects. This study has been approved by the Ethics Committee of Zhengzhou University. The participants' inclusion criteria include age more than 16 years old, Chinese version of Basel index scale score less than 100 points. The total item score of the Laban social network scale 6 is less than 12 points. Understanding, communication, and expression skills are appropriate and can cooperate with researchers to complete the investigation. Informed consent, voluntary participation in this study. And the exclusion criteria is with other systematic complications or being critical condition. When the collected interview data reached 30 cases, there was no more new information. In order to further confirm whether the data really reached saturation, 3 more interviews were added, and no new topics emerged. Thus, the interviews were stopped. Therefore, a total of 16 interviews were interviewed in this study. The following table provides general information about the participants. The above is an interview outline for this study. Semi-structured in-depth interviews were conducted in the form of one-to-one and face-to-face to collect data. Interviews were interviewed for 30 to 45 minutes according to the interview outline. During the interview, a recording pen was used to record, and the changes in body movements, speech speed, and expressions of each respondent were recorded in detail. Data analysis. Within 24 hours after the interview, the research transcribed the recorded interview data into text or batching, and the data sorting and analysis were carried out simultaneously. This study adapts the Collathy-Serrin stem analysis method to extract the theme. Suddenly, results. As shown in the table, a total of 3 themes and 11 sub-themes are formed. Theme 1. Causes of social isolation. Self-factor. Many respondents said that due to physical disability, functional impairment, and pain caused by illness, they couldn't complete many things independently, increased their dependence on others, and felt powerless to participate in social activities. This means decreased ability to participate in society, and some respondents revealed that due to physical or psychological reasons after illness, they will actively reduce social interaction, lack of enthusiasm to participate in social activities, and are more inclined to stay in their own feeling safety zone. This means lack of motivation for social integration. Family factor. Many respondents said that due to the distance in space and their inability to use communication tools such as smartphones, they are not close enough to interact with their families. This caused lack of family emotional support, and also some respondents mentioned that their families persuade them to stay at home as much as possible, fearing that going out to events and socializing will involve safety issues. Social and environmental factors. Most respondents said that they have a large demand for medical and health service resources, but the nearest community health service center cannot meet their diversified needs. And many respondents also mentioned that because travel is not convenient enough, many things cannot be completed independently and their own needs haven't been met. Theme 2. Experiencing social isolation. Firstly, loneliness. Some of the interviews confided that they sometimes felt disconnected from the world outside their home and experienced significant loneliness. Secondly, negative emotion. Some respondents said that they often feel very low and have little interest in many things. Thirdly, feeling of hopelessness. Some interviews reported feeling strongly helpless in terms of needs and acute illness. Finally, self-denial. Some interviews said that they sometimes doubt their abilities, feel useless, and don't know what is the point of living. Theme 3. Strategies to prevent social isolation. Firstly, enhance self-efficacy. By interpreting the life meaning of the elderly, we can help them regain the hope of life in old age. By excavating the value of the elderly themselves, they can play a new social function role and then face the stressful events in life positively and optimistically. By helping the elderly to have positive changes in their self-perception, they can adopt a more calm attitude toward life and welcome gains and losses. Secondly, promote family interaction. By promoting communication and interaction among family members, the well-being and sense of belonging of disabled elderly people can be significantly enhanced. Thirdly, building neighborhood network, seeking community and neighborhood support resources can effectively relieve the psychological pressure of disabled elderly people and regulate negative emotions. Improve infrastructure. Through the transformation of infrastructure suitable for aging, the opportunities for disabled elderly people to participate in social life can be increased and the problem of social isolation can be solved. Finally, conclusions. This study conducted in-depth interviews with 16 disabled elderly people and found that the social isolation problems of disabled elderly people were mainly caused by factors such as their own decreased ability to participate in society, lack of motivation for social integration, lack of family support, and small social support. Therefore, nurses should pay more attention to the current situation of social isolation of disabled elderly people, take measures to improve the self-efficacy of social isolation of disabled elderly people, promote their self-enhancement, and strengthen the multidimensional social support of disabled elderly people, promote their social integration, and help them return to society as soon as possible. Also, there are some limitations about this study. This study only conducted interviews in the community or family and only interviewed disabled elderly people themselves. Follow-up interviews should be conducted in hospitals, nursing institutions, and other environments to understand the problems and needs of their family caregivers, so as to provide a more comprehensive reference basis for the formulation of nursing support programs for this population. Okay, that's all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Yang Zhao, for this wonderful presentation. If anybody has any question regarding her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So, moving further, our next presentation of the day is Meng Fan He, School of Nursing and Health, Zhangzhou University, Zhengzhou, China. Her topic of presentation is a qualitative study of the experience of social isolation and loneliness among older people with chronic disease in the community. You all can read the abstract from the given screen. Okay, so let's move ahead and see what Mengfen's presentation is all about.
Hello everyone, I'm honored to have the chance to share my study. I'm Meng Fanhe. I come from Zhengzhou University, China. The title of my presentation is A Qualitative Study of the Experience of Social Isolation and Loneliness Among Older People with Chronic Disease in the Community. There are 5 main aspects to this topic. Firstly, I will introduce the background. Social isolation and loneliness are growing public health concerns in our aging society. Increasing evidence suggests that perceived social isolation or loneliness is associated with severe consequences for physical and mental health of older people. This study aimed to investigate the experience of social isolation and loneliness among older adults with chronic disease. Population aging has become a worldwide phenomenon, and China has one of the highest aging rates. Scholars link loneliness and social isolation among the elderly, arguing that loneliness and social isolation among the elderly are the result of the interaction of subjective and objective factors, and that the two are different concepts but are interrelated. Social isolation can be defined as a state in which an individual lacks a sense of belonging socially, lacks engagement with others, and has a minimal number of social contacts which are deficient in fully qualitative relationships. On the other hand, loneliness can be defined as a subjective state based on a person's emotional perception of the number and/or quality of social conceptions indeed in comparison to what is being experienced at the time. Older people with chronic disease are at high risk of social isolation and loneliness. As someone ages, older people experience changes in their somatic functions, social roles, and family structures, leading to reduced social function and social participation, and are prone to poor social networks. Due to the long duration of chronic diseases, low cure rate, high fatality, and many complications, the physical function and behavioral ability of the chronically ill elderly will decline, which will bring about more prominent problems of social adaptation and social interaction, making them a high-risk group of social isolation and loneliness. The health impacts of loneliness and social isolation are widely recognized. Social isolation and loneliness can lead to a variety of adverse outcomes in older adults, such as cardiovascular disease, cognitive impairment, dementia, depression, poverty, and so on. Compared with quantitative study, qualitative research can paint a clear picture of what older people with chronic disease really think and feel, so as to better analyze and understand the phenomenon of social isolation and loneliness of older people with chronic disease in specific cultural contexts. Therefore, this study conducted in-depth interviews with older adults with chronic disease through a qualitative study sub-methodology, and this study aims to explore the real experience of social isolation and loneliness among older adults with chronic disease and provide insights for the future related research. Then I will introduce the methods. This research was a descriptive qualitative study based on semi-structured face-to-face interviews. The study purposely selected community dwelling older people with chronic disease in Zhengzhou University to explore older people's experiences of social isolation and loneliness, the reason why social isolation and loneliness occurs, and the help they wish to receive. The qualitative content analysis was performed in order to summarize and extract themes from the interview tests. These are the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the study population. Interviews through the following questions. Now I will show the results. A total of 16 interviews were completed. 3 themes were identified: inner emotion, reasons for social isolation and loneliness, deserves assistance. Themes and categories as shown in the table. Next discussion. In this study, we found that older people who experienced social isolation and loneliness are plagued by negative emotions. The occurrence of social isolation in older persons with chronic disease is influenced by a variety of individual, family, and environmental factors. They have found that the poorer the older person's self-assisted health, the greater the risk of social isolation and loneliness, which may be related to the fact that older people with chronic disease have a negative attitude towards self-aging due to poor health and a poor understanding of their own value, which makes them reluctant to interact with others. Family factor is mainly inadequate family support. In an environment of social change, large-scale population mobility has become the norm, and the departure of the younger generation from their parents has resulted in a large number of empty nested elderly people, with fewer chances and fewer opportunities for children to meet with their parents. And once elderly people have encountered problems, they often hide them from their children, which increase the difficulties in their lives. Therefore, more attention and family care should be given to them. What's more, degradation of the community environment is a recognized risk factor of social isolation among older people. A good community environment, quality community services, and comprehensive community facilities can create a harmonized community atmosphere and build a good platform for older people with chronic disease to participate in social activities. Thus, expanding social relationships and reducing the risk of social isolation among older people with chronic disease. Older adults want to engage in activities such as online socially, under the guidance of others to meet their spiritual and cultural needs and prevent social isolation. Moreover, older people with chronic disease have also raised the issue of wanting psychological counseling, where older people have professionals to help smooth their negative emotions and maintain a good psychological state. However, community-based services tend to focus on the physical aspects of care rather than the social or emotional aspects. Conclusion. It was found that social isolation and loneliness among older people with chronic disease was not optimistic. Factors resulting in the social isolation and loneliness of older persons with chronic disease are manifold. The occurrence of social isolation among older persons with chronic disease involves a number of aspects, including personal, family, and environmental factors. Multi-party collaboration should be strengthened to help older adults with chronic disease, elevated negative emotions, and reduce the occurrence of social isolation and loneliness. There are two limitations need mention. Firstly, due to the relationship between time and energy, the study limited to one city in central China, which limits the universities and the representativeness of the study. So it has certain limitations. In the future, we can explain the research area to further enrich the research results. Secondly, the study focused on qualitative research with homebound older people with chronic disease in the community, and failed to explore from the perspective of older people's family members and community health service central staff. Follow-up studies needed to explain the scope of the study population and further include interviews with relevant interest groups in order to explore the relevant issues from multiple perspectives. That's all. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you so much, Mengfan Hing, for this wonderful presentation of yours. If anybody has any questions regarding to her presentation, they can ask her directly or can put their questions in the chat box. So moving further, so in our conference today, we have our listeners with us. They were Edidoyan Michael Aromorlan, instructor, Supertech Edu Consultant Limited, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you, Edidoyan, for being there, our listener for us. Our next listener of the day was OPME Sunday Odorinde, Field Engineer, Sandos Limited, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you, OPME, for being our listener today. The next listener of the day is Caroline Flischer, Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Chichester, CAMHS, Sussex Partnership Trust, London, UK. Thank you, Caroline, for being our listener for today. So, this brings us to the end of the conference of today. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with a very interesting presentation. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and the institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of the conference. So at the end, I would like a short feedback from all the participants of the conference. So Dr. Malvin, any feedbacks from your end about the conference? Dr. Malvin, are you there with us?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Malvin, any feedbacks from your end?
No, no. Sorry, sorry.
Okay, no issue. You fan, any feedbacks from your end about the presentation?
It was really a good and very grateful for me because no, it's very much thankful because it's another experience and learning about this presentation is more of my you know I present my views internationally, including this event. So I'm very thankful because I am the one of you who are giving me a trust to open, then give my views about this conference. So I'm very much thankful for those uh, organize who organize this conference. I hope soon that I can reach the uh, face to face, then also deliver to the other views of our uh, ano, research.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malvin, for this wonderful feedback. You fan, are you there? Any feedbacks from your end? Mangfin, any feedbacks from your end? Vaishali Chaudhary, any feedbacks from your end about the conference? Yara, are you there? Any feedbacks from your end?
Thank you. It was an interesting presentation with insightful ideas for various and different subjects. Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Thank you for joining. Yang Zhao, any feedbacks from your end? Hafir, are you there with us? Any feedbacks from your end? Carolina, any feedbacks from your end?
Yes, I am here. Just starting my video.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Any feedbacks from your end about the conference?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was all very interesting talks, and it was wonderful to hear everybody's presentations, particularly where English not the first language, so it was really excellent communication and really clearly delivered. So I have learned a lot, particularly because adults is not my field, so it's always good to kind of dip into different territory, and have learned a lot about kind of adult psychology today and how that impacts on people. And I particularly enjoyed the last lecture on the loneliness and the elderly. That was very, very interesting. But I also wonder, with the generation that's growing up with a phone in their hand, whether an app will solve that solution later on. But it's so there's lots of, it brought a lot of questions to my mind listening to all the different talks. So thank you very much to everybody who has presented today. Really wonderful. Well done.
Thank you so much for joining. Okay, so with this, we comes to the end of the conference. So Eurasia Research conducts conferences around the world. So our next conference would be in March 2024 in Singapore and Boston. In April 2024 will be in London and Sydney. May 2024 will be in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. I would request you all to refer these conferences to your friends and colleagues. And with this note, we conclude this conference on a happy note. So goodbye to you all. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day. Yeah, you're most welcome. Bye.